familiar to what we are feeling today. I am a critical care physician, and the only reason that I am is because I had a community that was resilient and invested in its children. I am the first in my family to go to college. In 5th grade, I had a public school teacher who asked me where I wanted to go to college. I didn't know what it was. I'd never heard of it. We didn't have books in my home. My family was not, we were a union family, but we were not a family that aspired to college. We were just working, trying to get by. But we could, and we did. And my 5th grade teacher inspired me to be a physician, and I stuck with that and was able to do it because of a well-funded public school system, affordable higher education, and a union job that afforded me the wages and the health care that I needed to get through. So when I started seeing patients who had to make impossible decisions about whether they would pay for their prescription that I was recommending, or their rent, or whether their child could get child care, or they could come back for the appointment for a procedure I was recommending, I knew that what I could do in the exam room was not enough. I had to run for office and make an impact and pay that opportunity door that was open for me forward to my community.
Yes.
And so
Yes. Yes.
the last thing that I want to say is a budget document is a statement of your values. And it'll be excruciating, it will be extraordinarily immoral, and it will be devastating to our healthcare system if we pass the budget with a gut to Medicaid that we mathematically have to make the budget balance with the structure that's been passed. I came here to fight for my community, and my community, not just the poor people on Medicaid, not just the disabled people on Medicaid, not just the children who have needed Medicaid with disabilities and others. It is every single one of us that is dependent on Medicaid, because without Medicaid, we all are less healthy. So I went to El Salvador because of the people calling my office and stopping me in the grocery store. Each and every one of you, I hope that you will continue to make sure that your voices are heard by people like us. We need your power to speak for you with the audacity to hope for a better future for our country and our children. And without your voices behind us, it can't happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congresswoman Maxine Dexter. And now I want to yield to another tremendous new member of the House of Representatives, represents a district in Maryland, including a lot of employees, hardworking employees of the federal government who serve this nation and have not been treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve. But she's been a tremendous champion on their behalf, on behalf of the rural parts of the district that she represents. Congresswoman April Delaney.
Like I am blessed to be here as the 119th member of Congress freshman, and I have to say it's a beautiful Sunday, but when I saw Senator Booker and Leader Jeffries here on a Sunday talking about their values and what it means to be members of Congress, but as Americans and what we as, I had to come, and I didn't realize it was your birthday. It's my daughter Gracie's birthday this weekend as well, but we got it, but happy birthday. But I had to come and show up, and in my family, John and I always say you can't fake showing up, and these two show up, but we all have to show up. We have to show up across this country. It's not just about the 535 members of Congress, but across this country we have to show up and change the court of public opinion. So, although I was raised a farmer's daughter in Idaho by the power of scholarship and blessing, I went to Georgetown Law Center. And I am now a member of Congress from Maryland's 6th District, which goes from Up County, Montgomery County, all the way to West Virginia and Pennsylvania. It's a lot of rural parts, suburban parts, urban parts, but I guess I want to speak to something that is very near and dear to my heart with respect to this budget and what it means about our values. And I, as a farmer's daughter, sit on the Agriculture Committee. And we are dealing with a farm bill that has not been dealt with since 2018. And part of that farm deal deals with SNAP. And that supplemental nutrition really deals with a lot of the food insecurity in this country. And in the 6th district, 1 in 10 families depend on SNAP. And 30% of the kids in Western Maryland in the schools have free and reduced lunch. And it's a big deal because I don't care who you are or where you come from, no child in this country should go to bed hungry. It's not who we are, and it's not who we are in our faith. But there is, under this continuing resolution bill, this budget reconciliation, $230 billion have to come from the Ag Committee. And I voted against it. I said, there's no way that that adds up, and that some of that comes from SNAP. And so I started talking about this. They said, no, it doesn't, but it has to. And the problem is that not only is it immoral, and we should, a lot of the people they say with work requirements, a lot of them are working. A lot of them are farmers. A lot of them are people who are single mothers who are working long jobs, and they need that additional food assistance. But the interesting thing is, this administration is really penny foolish and pound foolish, because these cuts are silly in that they actually help us economically, and they help us, our security and well-being. So for every dollar of SNAP, you know what? We get $1.50 back in economic benefits. Our farmers are able to sell their crops, our small businesses. So it makes sense on an economic basis, but more importantly, there's a lot of healthcare costs. Kids can learn, and they can actually not go to school hungry, that their cognitive skills are developing, and less healthcare costs for those who go to work. So as I sit there, are we going to allow across this country for them to cut SNAP and for us to? Absolutely not. And something I really am pushing so much and leaning into. The other big thing is, in my district, I represent 35,000 government workers. And these are incredible agencies. I represent NIST, which is esteemed around the world as an innovation and powerhouse of research. NIH, National Institute of Cancer. Fort Detrick, just deathly pathogens, and keeping our country safe with Ebola. And our fire academy. Our fire academy, we had classes cut for our firefighters and our first responders. Does that make any sense at all? No. So I really am a big believer in the value of research. And I think that that research dollars is how we make sound business decisions, sound government decisions, but also powers U.S. innovation and supports our national security. But these cuts have been senseless, and a lot of these government workers have been either laid off or on probation. But the good thing is the courts are holding. We've got a lot of pushback from the courts, and a lot of those workers are being reinstated. But we have to realize that research, that leaning into SNAP and all of these senseless, like Greg Landsman said, like Maxine, like our dear leaders here, but it is really important that we make our voices heard. So I've had 3 town halls, and let me tell you, independent, Republican, or Democrat, everyone is feeling the impacts of these issues and these cuts. And so I often hear, they say, April, what can you do? What more can we do? And I say, help us find 4 GOP members to cross the line. And I hear someone say, do we want angry Trump or angry voters? Well, I think the angry voters are getting angrier and angrier and louder and louder. And so going across, does it make a difference that we have these town halls? You bet. But it makes a difference that we all have a voice. And then the last thing I'm going to say is I was blessed to go to Georgetown Law Center by the power of scholarship and ended up staying here. But as members of Congress, we take an oath to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the United States. And part of that is making sure that in this administration that independent third branch holds, and that there is a respective rule of law, and that there's integrity of the judicial system. So we have to make sure that our judges are able to render, on precedent. And earlier today, they were talking about this issue. So it's not only our judges, but that everyone has their day in court. And that means the people who have issues like unlawful terminations, immigration issues, injury. I had a Social Security, a couple say, we didn't get our Social Security check because I don't know why, but we can't pay our mortgage. Where do we go? What do we do? And as I look at this, you have to have your day in court and be able to go to court. But what if the top 9 most powerful law firms in the country are providing pro bono law services to this administration? And one of the biggest issues to me is also that while I feel very sympathetic to a lot of these law firms, they have been coerced and targeted by executive order, that they won't even be able to go into public buildings or to have security clearances, and it really impacts their ability to lift up and be able to represent these different litigants. And so Congressman Min and I last week uplifted a letter and asked all those 9 law firms to stand back and to revoke their agreements with this administration, because we believe that there can be conflict of interest. There can be an inability for them to vigorously defend other litigants against this administration. But more importantly, we need to keep the integrity of the whole judicial system writ large. So I just have to say, I came down here to support these 2 incredible leaders, but it's the power of the people. I so agree. It is the power of the people that have to rise up, and to rise up with great voice and great passion. Because, in my faith, we talk about the fruits of the Spirit coming from the Holy Spirit. And you talk about joy and faithfulness and gentleness and mercy and self-control. I'm not seeing a lot of those from President Trump. I'm seeing some, and we need to think about how we take our faith, we lift it up, and we provide and have a brighter, more prosperous, more equitable future for all of our children and our grandchildren. And that's what we do, and we are supposed to do, coming together in this great institution called the United States Congress.
Yes.
So thank you both. Happy birthday. I really appreciate it, and thank you. I had to come here to support you all.
I love that, April. Thank you. That is tremendous. One more round of applause for the Congresswoman. 2 people have to leave before we get to our next speaker. Real quick, I just want to say thank you. This young lady has been out here for literally 8 hours since we began at 6 a.m. And I just wanted to let you say, we said we're going to be jazz, entrepreneurialism, but just say a quick word before you go.
All I wanted to say to the senator before I left was I saw you all on live stream at 6:15 a.m. when I woke up. I ran from my apartment here. I'm type 1 diabetic. I take insulin in order to live. If I didn't have it, I would die. That is just a fact. I was diagnosed when I was 6, and that there are millions of Americans that are like me, and that their health care is being threatened right now. That's why I'm here. I'm so excited to see everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. I know you've got to go. Truly
so much.
the 8-hour club. All right, Marilyn, you have to go too, real quick.
Yep. So two things I want to say, and this is very important. You keep hearing about the number 4. All we need are 4 Republicans to cross the line. But I want to make sure you all understand something. We want to hear from you, but we cannot let our Republican colleagues not hear from you either. And this is important for 2 reasons. Just because you can't vote for them does not mean that they don't take votes that affect you. And I tell folks, I'm not here to shame anyone for who you voted for president, but as a member of Congress, I have a duty to remind you that they are lying to you, they're stealing from you, and they don't care about you. So let's show up together, let's use our voices, and let's hold every member of Congress accountable. Thanks so much, everyone, for being here.
Thank you. All right, everybody. We began this by talking about our faith traditions. He said it first. It's been quoted many times. Faith without works is? Dead. I can't hear you. Faith without works is? Dead. We know that it's not enough to have faith. You need to do the work. And so I am very grateful for somebody who is truly a foot soldier for justice, who understands that Christianity or church is not about 4 walls. It is about what you do in the community. If you want to say that you're a Christian, I know the old hymnal. They will know we are Christians by our love, by our love. They'll know we are Christians by our love. We are proud to have here from the Council of Churches USA, Reverend Dr. More titles than the Congressional Library, Reverend Dr. Leslie Copeland Duke.
Amen, amen. Good afternoon. This is the day that the Lord has made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. I am so happy glad, as we sometimes say in my Baptist tradition, to see all of you out here, to be amongst you, to be standing in public witness to justice and to peace. I believe in my heart and in the work that I do, working for the National Council of Churches. We have 37 member denominations in about 100,000 congregations across the country. And we believe that we have a responsibility to our neighbor, that the work that we do, faith without works is dead, and that we're supposed to show up, we're supposed to speak out, we're supposed to stand up. I have been looking at this budget. Budgets are moral documents. And with this budget, I wouldn't just say no, I would say hell no. Yes! And hell is a biblical word. It's a biblical word. And I would say that, I grew up in New York, so I would say that we have to stand up against this budget. What they're trying to do, it seems to me that the cruelty is the point. Why would you take food from children, school lunches, SNAP from people who are hungry in the richest country in the world? Why would you do that? It has to be the cruelty. Why would you want people to be sick and sicker and not be able to get the health care that they need? And so Proverbs 22:22 says, do not rob the poor because they are poor. And it also talks about what God's response is to people who rob the poor because they are poor. And so what we're going to do is we're going to call our members. We're going to knock on their doors in district and out. We're going to call our family members, our church members, and our friends, and we're going to tell them to call Congress and tell them no to this budget. 4 is not that much on either side. 4 is not that much. But what we need from Congress is moral courage. We've been out on Wednesdays, amen, talking about moral courage. There's so many scriptures in the Bible that talk about fear not, do not be afraid. And if you are an elected member of Congress, you ought not be more concerned about your job than about being faithful to not only the Constitution, but to your faith. So we say to them, pull up your big person, and have some moral courage so that we can make sure that our seniors and our children and our veterans and the differently abled and everybody who is vulnerable has what they need to not just survive, but to thrive in this country. Yeah. So it's up to us to light a fire under them and to get others to do the same. So let's get ready and let's go do the work.
All right, amen, amen.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you so much for your...
Church, get an amen.
Amen.
All right.
So we started out at 6 a.m. this morning. We made the decision humbly as public servants that we were going to sit down to encourage the American people to stand up. Stand up for an economy that works for everyday Americans, not the MAGA billionaires. Stand up for health care. This is the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Health care is not a privilege, it is a right. And that's what we're standing up for. Stand up for Social Security. It's not an entitlement. It's an earned benefit. Stand up for the American way of life. Stand up for our democracy. Are you ready to stand up?
Yes.
Are you ready to show up?
Yes.
Are you ready to speak up?
Yes.
We got one of the great leaders here who embodies the good trouble, the necessary trouble that John Lewis would always encourage us to get into. He's the youngest member of the United States Congress, a great champion for democracy and justice and an economy that works for everyday Americans, Congressman Maxwell Frost.
All right.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Show me what a badass looks like.
This is what a badass looks like.
It's a blessing to be here with everybody today. I'm gonna share with y'all something that's on my heart right now and that I've been thinking a lot about. You know, I got involved in politics when I was 15 years old because I didn't want to get shot in school.
Hello?
And it's interesting because I come from the gun violence prevention movement, a movement where the times when the most people cared about what we had to say directly correlated to when somebody would walk into a school and kill a bunch of kids and students. And you know, we're in this moment now, and I think we're in the moment that calls for all of us to be organizers. Because the true testament of an organizer is what you do when nobody's paying attention, but the true testament of a movement is what you do when the world is watching. And the world is watching our country right now, and watching all of us. And I'll tell you, like Senator Booker and Speaker Jeffries, Leader Jeffries, Speaker Jeffries soon, yes, speaking to existence, I've been traveling the country a lot, specifically going to districts currently held by Republican members. And I'll tell you, the top thing I hear about from people in these districts, especially Republicans, is they're asking, where the hell is my representative? Where is my representative? Because here's the thing, they're working to cut benefits and things that working people have earned, not just our entire lives, but for generations. And the reason they want to do this is to give billionaires and mega corporations a tax cut. To do the largest transfer of wealth from the poor and working class to those who don't need anything else. But that's horrible, but here's the worst part, is they don't have the guts to front their constituents. Because this isn't about Democrats versus Republicans, it's about the people versus the problem. The people versus the problem. And to get through this, of course, it's going to take leaders in Congress stepping up, and we're here and thinking outside the box, because these aren't normal political times right now. But it also requires the people, and the people to do what the people do best. And whether it's protesting, whether it's showing up to these town halls, whether you're an artist and it's using your art to bridge the gap between cool and consciousness, whatever it is, this is how we're going to win. Bridging that gap between culture and advocacy. And so I'm proud to be here today. We know this is about defending Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, defending food assistance, defending our veterans. But it's not just about defending. It's about defending and then showing the country what we want to do. Because what we want to do is see the world through the eyes of the most vulnerable and create a country that has true freedom. Freedom of economic prosperity, the freedom to go to church, to go to school without the fear of being gunned down. That's what it is. And I've been saying this in a lot of these districts that, you know, for us, this isn't about shaming people about past decisions they've made, about who they voted for, or political decisions they made. Now's the time for courage. And our movement, it's more than a party, it's a coalition. It's a movement that looks at people and says, this isn't about, you know, shame on you for voting for a certain person. It's about saying, I'm sorry you were lied to. I'm sorry you were lied to. So either way, I'm proud to be a member of the House Democratic Caucus, members that are standing up across the country. God bless, and let's keep fighting.
Hold on one second.
Cory, do you see how we do it in the House of Representatives?
Listen, it would take 3 Maxwells to add up to the average age of the Senate right now. But we still know how to get down on our side of the Capitol, too. This is a South Side versus North Side of the Capitol, little rivalry. But I do want to ask the youngest person, not just in the House of Representatives, the youngest person in all of Congress right now. I want to ask you, because I see lots of people talking down to Gen Z. Literally, they say they don't care. And I've seen some young people. How many hours have you been out now? Since 8 a.m. Okay, so you're at the 6-hour club. Okay, and you go to American University? Yes, we got some American gentlemen right here. How long have you been out here? Since 9 a.m. Okay, so I think it's insulting when I hear people talk down to young people who I watch from some of the people that were leading in the gun violence movement, from Parkland to some of the young brothers in Chicago standing up and leading. I see them leading in reproductive rights around coast to coast. I see young people leading. Now, there's many people from all ages that are surrendering to cynicism. They think they don't have power. They don't think they can make a change. They're giving up on the American dream. But I see leaders in your generation say, nah, Like Langston Hughes said, there's a dream in this land with its back against the wall. To save the dream for one, I'm going to save the dream for all. They say, America never was America to me, but I swear this oath America will be. I see people saying, in our generation, you may have sullied the dream. You may have failed to live up to the dream, but my generation, we will redeem the dream. And so I'm from a Gen Xer, from 2 Gen Xers who sat down in honor of the baby boomers. And
why you giving away my age, bro?
Okay, 1 Gen Xer, 1 millennial. I got the heart of a millennial. Come on. Could you say a word about this idea of what young people can do, of what the power that young people have? You may be the youngest in Congress, but the leadership is not a title, it's not a position, it is an example, and it is an action. Can you talk about that for a minute?
No, I really appreciate bringing this up because it's about the power that young people have, but it's also about where that power stems from and the fact that we have bore witness and been a part of so many tragedies. I mean, I think about when I first got to Congress, right here on these Capitol steps. I remember the night before, my first elementary school for my district was coming up here, and I was so excited to talk with everyone at the front of the Capitol steps, inspire all these kids to get involved in politics. They were 6, 7 years old. And the question I was excited to ask was, if you could pass one law, what would it be? I'm like, they're going to say, ice cream for dinner, no homework, soda in the water fountain. And so I asked this question, and a little girl raises her hand, and I point to her, and she says, I would ban assault weapons so I don't get shot in school. I picked another one, another kid. He says, I would make sure that we can save our planet. And the reason I bring this up is because the young generation is stepping up because many times, actually I'd say all the time, the people closest to the problem are going to be closest to the solution. And so many young Americans are seeing the failures of so many leaders in our system who don't have the backbone to stand up. And being young isn't just about being the leader of tomorrow, it's about being the leader of today. leaders of now. And so we know that most of the successful mass public movements in this country, you've seen who's been at the center or helping to lead it, and it's been young people. And it's because we carry that fierce urgency of now, that we can't wait to end gun violence, we can't wait for voting rights, we can't wait for economic justice, we can't wait to fight the climate crisis, we can't wait for any of this because people are suffering now. And I think that urgency is what's needed in this moment and what we're seeing in this moment. So if you're a young person, of course you're out there protesting, voting, run for office too, state and local office, school board, city council, run for office. I'll tell you, we have a lot of these Republicans in these districts where people are rising up. They need to be challenged. Maybe it's you that should challenge them. Yeah, so either way, I'm proud to be here.
You're good. When I was coming up, there was a time that we were the young people, and we used to have a saying, not about us, without us. You know, that you can't be making decisions that are going to affect my ability to get a public education, my ability to go to college, my ability to get health care, my ability to retire with security. You're not going to make these decisions about us, without us. And this is the moment we want to make sure folks are heard. But this tradition goes way back, because John Lewis was a young man.
Absolutely. We came into Congress, Cory and I, together, and I remember, those days, and some folks, generous folks, would say, well, maybe Cory, maybe Hakeem, and others might represent the future of the Democratic Party, a breath of fresh air. And then Maxwell Frost shows up, and he's being called the future of the Democratic Party, as he is, rising star in the Democratic Party. And Cory and I started to have a midlife crisis, y'all. But I think what's important, as Cory was indicating, in movements all across the centuries in this great country, young people have been at the forefront. John Lewis, of course, just in his mid-20s, when he stood on that Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma. Dr. King was just 26 years old when the Montgomery bus boycott started. And so in that great tradition, we're thankful to have an incredible, talented young leader like Maxwell Frost. Thank you, Maxwell.
And just because the late, great John Lewis was brought up, I just have to say I'm proud to be his brother, because he is a man of Phi Beta Sigma, Fraternity Incorporated. Go Mob.
You said you had a question about our faith traditions.
I did have a question, but now I got to make it clear. I'm a member of the Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated.
We're about to see a divine nine break out here.
We're all divine nine.
We're about to see a divine nine. Oh, a Delta. A Delta. My mama's a Delta.
And we got a Delta Sigma
I'm a
Theta.
Delta family, okay?
All right. Maxwell, you done started something. So that's a good Reverend Doctor, because, we started at 6 a.m. this morning, and we anchored, this action in faith, right? The faith traditions that we've all grown up in can be faith in Almighty God, faith, of course, in the Constitution, faith in the goodness of America. But we know that many of our civil rights heroes and foot soldiers were women and men of deep faith. Of course, that included Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. Can you speak a little bit about how their faith helped to fuel their resilience to combat Jim Crow and the racial oppression that had fallen upon the land?
Thank you for that question. I see signs that say good trouble, and I think about John Lewis. I think about Dr. Martin Luther King. I think about Fannie Lou Hamer and Dorothy Height, all of whom really were grounded in their faith. And I know as I do this work, as this work of justice, I do it because I believe that that is who God has called us to be. That not only is faith without works dead, but what you do to the least of these, is what Jesus said, is what you have done to me. And I think it gives us, when we let it, it gives us courage, it gives us strength, it gives us fortitude. It helps us to run on, as they say in the black church, run on to see what the end is going to be, because we know that we're not doing it of ourselves. we're doing it for a higher and a better purpose. And I hope, even regardless of your faith tradition, that will empower you to know that we should not cower down in this moment. We should not stand back. We should not bow down. But we need to stand up and be fearless, because we are not just acting on our behalf, but we're acting for the greater and the common good. I think about that. I have said this budget is a sin and a shame. And when there is no shame, there has to be accountability. And we're the ones who will take the accountability to members of Congress and let them know, not on our watch.
Not on our watch.
Not on our watch.
This budget, is an attack, on the poor and the sick and the afflicted, on veterans, on people who are food insecure, on the health care of the American people. One of the things that Cory and I talked about when we started out today was that this, in many ways, as we fight this reckless Republican budget that they're trying to jam down the throats of the American people, this is a Matthew 25 moment. It's a Matthew 25 moment. Can you speak a little bit about the gospel of Matthew and Matthew 25?
Yeah, it's Jesus is telling the people that what you do when you see someone who's hungry, you need to feed them. When you see somebody who doesn't have clothes, when you see someone who needs something to drink, that we are supposed to stand in the gap for those people. We are supposed to give them clothes and food and something to drink. And when you do it, it's as if you're doing it to him. And when you don't do it, it's as if you have done it to him. And so it is a call for us to respond to our neighbors' needs by making sure they have what they need. In a democracy, in a place like America, that happens through legislation. It happens in benevolence, right? Churches have benevolence ministries, but benevolence ministry does not replace what the budget is supposed to do, what the federal budget is supposed to do. And so for Christians, it really is a mandate that we would respond this way. And sometimes I really, I know everybody has their faith, but I just wonder sometimes what Bible they're reading, and where they're getting some of this, these cuts from, that they are so, in my understanding of biblical texts, they are counter to what Jesus would want us to do. And so up there in Matthew 23, it also talks about woe unto you who would do these things to those who are the most vulnerable. And so it is a call for us to respond. And we're here, I think, because we're ready to do it. And I'm just looking forward to us tearing it down, making sure that Congress knows, not on our watch. We're we're going to walk in the strength of Matthew 25 and do this.
Thank you so much. Every single Democrat, when the initial Republican budget resolution came to the floor, voted against that reckless Republican budget because of the harm that it would do to health care and the American people. In fact, it was so important for there to be strong Democratic opposition, because budgets are statements of values, that we had one member, Kevin Mullen, who literally got out of the hospital, got on a plane. He was in California, flew across the country with his wife so that she could administer the IV to him on the plane. But he made it, and he stood up, and he voted for the American people by voting against this reckless Republican budget. That's the kind of resilience that we need. And we have Brittany Pedersen, who had just given birth to her beautiful son, Sam. And the House Republicans aren't permitting new mothers to vote virtually, even though the technology exists to do it. So she packed up, took Sam with her, flew from Colorado across the country to make it clear that no matter what it takes, Democrats in the House and in the Senate are going to stand up to defeat this budget and stand up for the American people.
Amen.
No matter what it takes.
Amen. And I want to add that in order to win this fight, we've talked about the ingredients. We need the power of the people. We need people that, as the great Frederick Douglass says, I worked for years, prayed for years for my freedom, and I was still a slave. It wasn't until I started praying with my hands and praying with my feet that I found my salvation. So for the freedom, we need people to march. We need people to talk. We need people to stand up. We need people to show the courage of the little lobbyists we had here about 2 hours ago, that even though their voices shook, they still spoke to United States senators at 10 and 12 years of age, beautiful children with disabilities. Fear is okay. Fear is a necessary precondition to courage. You cannot have great courage unless you face down great fear. But the other thing to remember in this fight is that we cannot become what we're trying to replace. We need to understand. And a lesson, we've been sharing John Lewis stories since 6 a.m. But one of the most powerful experiences of my life is when we heard about a president that was getting ill down in Plains, Georgia. And he got out of the hospital and went right back to teaching Sunday school in Plains, Georgia. That president's name was Jimmy Carter. And so I want to tell this to everybody. Sometimes you just got to ask, because ask and
You shall receive.
Come on now, Pastor. That was a setup. That wasn't a quiz. You looked at me like, why are you quizzing me, young man? I know the Bible 10 times better than you. Ask and you shall receive. So I decided to do what I wanted, a selfish ambition. I wanted to go on the road trip of my life, so I called up John Lewis in Atlanta, Georgia, and I said, Congressman, I'm not sure how much longer Jimmy Carter will teach Sunday school, but I'd like to fly into Atlanta, and maybe you and I could drive down together. And he said yes. And so I flew into Atlanta, jumped into a car for one of the best road trips I have ever had. And I poor John Lewis. I'm like that person you sit next to on the plane that won't shut up. I just asked him every question I could think of, all the way down for hours and all the way back. But one of the things that made me tear up was when he told a story about one of the men that beat him viciously. I think it was on a freedom ride. Beat him viciously. That when he got to be a congressman one day, that man showed up, an elderly man, with his grandchild. And he came to John Lewis's office and asked for an audience, and John Lewis sat down with him and his grandchild. And the man asked him, I am so sorry. I was so wrong. I was so full of hate. Would you please forgive me? Now, I don't know about everybody here who've been wronged, who carry hurt and trauma, who still bear the scars of how you might have been done wrong. But John Lewis told me he looked at this man and said, I forgive you. Every one of us deserves mercy. Every one of us should be given a pathway to redemption. And he hugged the man, and they wept together. They wept together. And so I want to tell you right now, we can't win this bill with Democratic votes alone. We've been saying all day that we need 4. I had a chance to get to know a man early in my Senate career. I went to him humbly. His staff said, you're a new senator. He's busy. You've got 15 minutes. He spent over an hour and a half with me. Sitting in his office, his name was John McCain. And John McCain and I sat, and he told me stories, then started pulling out files, picture of his lifeless body being pulled out of a pond or a lake after his plane crashed right before he was thrown into a prison camp for years and years and years. And even when he was given a chance to be released from that prison camp, they found out who his father was, and they wanted to give him dispensation. There is a rule in the military that you don't leave others behind under your command. And he even gave up the chance to go. And here I found myself in the healthcare fight on the other side of the issue of John McCain. I didn't know how he was going to vote, but I didn't want to make the mistake of casting with a broad brush, with language that was unsuiting of my faith, to talk about Republicans, to cast judgment. I would appeal to them. I would beseech them. I would stand strongly my ground. But I would always leave a path to the hope that God or the universe or the little lobbyist could change somebody's mind. And I'll never forget that day. Rarely do we have drama on the Senate floor where you don't know the outcome of the vote often before it starts. But the chamber was full on that day. We had picked up 2 Republicans. We did not know what John McCain would do. And he came to the Senate floor. Millions of Americans watching. Millions praying and hoping. Their health care in the balance. And he walked before the presiding officer and the parliamentarian. And somehow, the Lord guided him to vote no. We need 4. We need 4. We need 4. And I'm telling you right now, we need to appeal to them. Show them up. I'm not saying don't make folk feel uncomfortable. We need to comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable. We need to make them understand that there's consequences for your vote, and they'll be at the election, they'll be at the polling place in November. There's consequences in a democracy. If you fear Donald Trump more than you fear the people you represent, there's consequences. When the people fear government, there's tyranny. This is Jefferson now. When the people fear government, there's tyranny. When the government fears its people, there's liberty. And so, if there is ever an organization in America that knows the people united will never be defeated, if there is a group in America that understands wave after wave of immigrants that fought to organize them, Irish immigrants and Polish immigrants and Italian immigrants, Vietnamese immigrants, Mexican immigrants, black folks who immigrated from the south up to the north. My grandfather found a job coming from the south on an assembly line for a Ford Motor Company and joined the UAW.
Yes.
If there is a power in this nation that has brought us things we now take for granted, the 5-day work week, the minimum wage, sick leave. There are ideas here that we take for granted that don't know that people fought for them, they sweat for them, they bled for them, and some in the labor movement even died for the things now that we take for granted. And today, one of the presidents of the greatest union in all of America, the AFL-CIO, is here today. I bring you one of the greatest presidents now in all of Washington, the president of the AFL-CIO, Liz Schuler, everybody.
Wow, that's quite an introduction.
Thank you so much. Wow, I'm going to try to live up to that introduction. I don't know. Well, I'm just so honored to be here. What a special day this is, because Senator Booker, as you were telling those stories, I thought we need more of this. We need more of this feeling of community and, you know, developing that narrative and that storytelling about what matters. Because I think when you talk about, you know, there's this perception about how divided the country is. We're actually more united on the things that matter. That's what we should be focusing on. And that's right. And Leader Jeffries, thank you so much for bringing us together. The AFL-CIO, as the Senator said, is the federation of 63 unions across this country, 15 million working people in every type of job. And you think about, as the Senator said, the things we take for granted today, those are the things that our working people are delivering, right? The roads that we drive on, the health care that is being provided to us. Every time you go to a store, right, the grocery store, those shelves are being stocked by our members. And so every single aspect of our lives is being handled or delivered or cared for by a working person. And so I would say every person here, thank you, because you're a part of a fabric that keeps this country moving. And this budget, this horrendous budget, is going to destroy that. That's their aim. That is Donald Trump's aim, and Elon Musk don't give a damn about what working people think or how they're going to be affected. Because working people's voices were not included at the table when they put this budget together. And that's just the way they want it, because they want to divide us. They want to make us feel like we're numbers on a spreadsheet. And it couldn't be further from the truth. And so the labor movement has been out across this country organizing, and we are doing listening sessions with working people, with communities. Last week we did a session in Davenport, Iowa, where small business people and farmers and workers all came together, because these cuts are affecting not just workers, but the services that we rely on. And so if Doge is out there trying to make these cuts now and stop spending money, this budget, that's right, this budget is going to actually bring to life our worst fears. And that is to ripple across communities and make our clean water and our food safety and our airplane safety and our veterans' health all at risk. And so what we're saying is we need to come together more powerfully than ever before. Because as the senator said, the people united will never be defeated. And the labor movement stands strong with our communities, with all the activists across this country who are rising up, making our voices heard. And so we are making a change. I can feel it. I don't know if you can feel it. We're turning the corner. We're seeing those numbers shift. We're seeing Tesla stock prices going down. And we're seeing all across this country in places we never expected people coming together and making their voices heard. So I'm so honored to be a part of it.
I was hoping that maybe you could talk a little bit about immigration. He said he was going to go after the criminals and the people that are dangerous, but it is affecting America's economics. It's affecting people that do the jobs that we called during the pandemic. We called them essential workers, and now we're calling them criminals. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Free Kilmar. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And of course, Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a union member. He is an apprentice UA member who is pursuing his American dream, coming here and working through an apprenticeship, as we know, which is a pathway to the middle class, with a union, and his union and our labor movement are going to bring him home. We are working with allies and partners to make sure that our immigrant workers in this country are treated with respect. And this notion that we are blaming the workers who are just seeking a better life instead of blaming the corporations who are creating a shadow economy, trying to pay people less and lower the standards and dehumanize people is unacceptable. And so, shame. That is why the labor movement stands strong with our communities. We're working, of course, I saw Janet Murguia here earlier and other organizations to make sure that our rights are protected, that we have due process. Remember that? Due process for all. Because our economy will not function if we're not enabling our workforce to earn good wages, to make sure we all have high quality jobs. And so that's what we're fighting for. And so I think this is just a symbol of the out and out corporate greed that we're seeing that is dictating a lot of these policies. It doesn't make any sense that these billionaires need more tax cuts.
That's what's driving this budget reconciliation bill, right? And it's bullshit. That's right. That's what I agree. Sorry, Reverend. I know.
That word is not in the Bible.
We're trying to keep it. We're trying to keep it PG here. But that's why it's more important than ever that we organize together, of course, with our immigrant brothers and sisters, but to make sure that working people see the solidarity, see that an injury to one is an injury to all, and that we all need to come together to protect the all-out takeover of our budget and our government and our democracy.
Let me thank
Amen.
Liz and just say we're so delighted that you were able to join us, one of the great labor leaders in the country, Liz Schuler. And I know this is very personal. The Cory is personal to me. I grew up in a union household. Both of my parents were members of organized labor, public employees. In fact, when they got married, it was in 1967. At the time, they were both members of the Social Service Employees Union at the time. And shortly after they got married, SSEU, there was a strike, and they were newlyweds. And, you know, they had a decision to make because they didn't have much money, and if they were to go out on strike, it wasn't clear how they could pay the rent or put food on the table, provide for basic needs. So I learned about this later on, and I struck up the courage to ask the question, well, what did you do? Did you go and cross that picket line because of thinking about short-term interest, understandable short-term interest, not knowing where the next rent check would come from or how you would actually survive? Or did you stand with your union brothers and sisters? I was so proud to learn when my mom told me, no, we stood from day one until it was over with our union brothers and sisters on that picket line. And here's the thing. Here's why the work that you do, Liz, is so important. My younger brother, Dr. Hakeem Jeffries, when he was born, he's in good shape now, but he had a difficult heart condition in the 1970s. But it was that union negotiated health care that got our family through that difficult time.
Thank you.
And then, when my parents bought their first and only home, the home that we grew up in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, during a difficult time, working class neighborhood, they were able to do that, notwithstanding their modest salary, Liz, because it was a union negotiated salary that gave them the ability to pay off the mortgage eventually and get a piece of the American dream. And then when it was time finally, for me to go off to school and my younger brother to go off to school, and we graduated and we were able to make it through. I went upstate New York, Binghamton University. My brother went to Morehouse College. And, again, parents, modest living, working class living, but somehow we were able to graduate without any debt. And I was confused by this until I asked Mom and Dad, and they said, well, we just made a decision to borrow against our union negotiated pension so that our two sons could make it through college. So I just want to say to you, Liz, you don't ever have to worry about whether we're going to stand up for organized labor, because organized labor has always stood up for me and has always stood up for the American people. Amen. So we appreciate you.
We appreciate you. We see you. We love you. We see your workers. We love your workers. And we know that they're in. Now listen, Pastor. Hakeem and I need some absolution for past sins. But before you get to that, I want to bring up a serious topic. So when I went back to Newark about a month or so ago, after being on the road a little bit, I was talking to some of the police officers in my community who were all up in arms because they rely on the immigrant community for tips, for people to report crimes, for people to come forward and let them know, for victims of violence, sexual violence, to be comfortable to come to them so that they can bring about justice. So somebody who burglars or robs an immigrant walking home from dishwashing or walking home, that person is a dangerous person to everybody in the community. And they said the chill in our community is so great that people are not coming forward and reporting crimes. That this is actually making us less safe than more safe. And the fact that they have started to do ICE raids in places that used to be sacrosanct. I saw a leader in the LA County school system talking about how he could not be silent, knowing that he was, this superintendent of schools was at one time an undocumented immigrant, and now has found a pathway to be a major leader and citizen of the United States. I just want you to say, because you whispered this to me, about the chill that it's having that's affecting everyone.
Thank you. There are many churches that have now gone online instead of meeting and worshiping in person because they're afraid that ICE will come to church and to round up and deport people. And it is a shame. It is a shame. It's, you know, we think of schools, we think of churches certainly as sacred and sacrosanct, and it's just really the fact that we're here is just really heartbreaking, honestly, that you can't touch and agree, right? You can't gather with other people of your faith tradition because you're afraid that you're going to be rounded up and deported. Should make us all mad and should make us all ready to do what we have to do to make sure this changes.
And when they come for the due process rights of anyone, it is a threat to the due process rights of everyone. As soon as you can disappear somebody, and again, 9-0, the Supreme Court knows, Anton Scalia says you cannot violate the due process of anybody in our country. It is fundamental. The Constitution says it plainly. It's not citizens in the United States. It is anyone in the United States. But Hakeem, if it's okay with you, I want to tell a story unless you had something to
I was just going to say, because I was inspired by what the pastor had to say, and you know, one of the reasons why we decided to come out, we recognize that this is not a normal moment. It's not an ordinary moment, so it requires extraordinary acts. And there's a lot, you know, of turbulence that, you know, the attacks on everything that we care about, the assault on the American way of life, the flood in the zone with extremism, hourly and daily, weekly, monthly. It's going to require a level of commitment amongst all of us, not just House members and Senate members, amongst all of us, which is why we're so thankful to see all of you, the American people, out here on the steps of the Capitol. This is your Capitol. I was going to say, so we know there's trouble. The Apostle Paul writes in 2 Corinthians, the 4th chapter, that's 2 Corinthians, not 2 Corinthians. If you're going to sell the Bible, you should know the Bible.
Wow. Wow.
If you're going to sell the Bible, you should know the Bible. So in 2 Corinthians, 4th chapter, 8th verse, the Apostle Paul says, we are troubled on every side, but not distressed. Perplexed, but never in despair. And I think that's the moment that we're in. We know that we're troubled on every side. Trouble in the Congress, trouble in the White House, trouble with the cabinet, trouble with Elon Musk, but we're not in despair because of our faith in Almighty God, our faith in the Constitution, our faith in the goodness of the American people, our faith that getting into good trouble will get us into a better situation. And so, inspired by the Apostle Paul, that's one of my favorite scriptures. I just want to make it clear that Donald Trump and Elon Musk and House Republicans, they're trying to take a chainsaw to Social Security, a chainsaw to Medicare, a chainsaw in the context of this budget to Medicaid. But the American people, no matter what it takes, we're going to take a chainsaw to Project 2025 and get us back to a better America.
So Pastor, I want to share with you all. This came about by two brothers. Before you were the leader and future speaker, I'm claiming that in Jesus' name. In Jesus' name, the speaker in about 18 months. Before you were in this position, before I was a senator, we were young guys coming up on opposite sides of the Hudson, the dark side and the light side. I'm sorry, the New York side and the New Jersey side. You're from New York? I'm outnumbered here.
Senator, you got to remember, you're on the steps on the House side of the Capitol. So watch it.
Okay.
Watch it.
I am. I know you got home court advantage. You got a home court advantage, and I'm not going to use any basketball metaphors because you stole New Jersey's team, the Nets. Okay. Anyway, we Pastor, you got to bring some peace between the sides. You know, Cain and Abel here, and I'm not sure who's who, so I'm afraid.
A lot of New York envy going on right now.
Wow. Moving along, Jersey pride. Okay, moving up, Jersey strong. We knew when we talked about doing this, we knew we wanted to do something different. But we knew this wasn't going to be formal, that we actually wanted to be informal. We didn't want to do something in our offices or in any place formal. We wanted to dress down and sit on the Capitol steps. And we knew, we said, this isn't going to be, there's not going to be a sort of order of speakers. This is going to be improvisational. It's going to be more jazz, as he said, than classical music, and we're going to let things happen. But I don't know if you know this story, but I want to tell the story. You were there for part of it. That there was one time that we were together that's very meaningful to me, and it's a part of a story that I want to share. And this was when we were invited, the African-American leaders of Congress were invited to the Oval Office to meet with the president and vice president, then Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And if you could picture this meeting, it's Hakeem and I going in, but we also had some pretty extraordinary things. On the right on the side of the president of the United States was, of course, the great Congressman Clyburn, right? And then you have Hakeem Jeffries, the future Speaker of the United States of America, the House of Representatives. But you then have Joe Neguse. You then have Horsford. You then have, God rest her soul, Sheila Jackson Lee. From the Senate, you have the just like you, more titles in the Congressional Library. You have the Reverend Dr. Raphael Warnock. And I'm sitting right next to the Vice President of the United States. Now, there's 3 black senators in the room, one former, one. It's about a third of all the black people that have served in the Senate. And it was an amazing meeting where we talked about a lot of the things that we had accomplished, things that didn't necessarily make headlines, like getting lead pipes out of the ground, things that might not make headlines, but expanding Medicaid past the 60 days to deal with maternal mortality. We were checking off a list of the things that you, through your leadership and the Senate side, have helped usher through that make a real difference. And here's the thing about African-American victories. Whenever black folk make a victory, expanding Medicaid, it's a victory for all of America. Clean drinking water, a victory for all of America. And so this was a moving meeting for me, and I'm looking at you and very excited. And then something happens is we get up, we have a lot of joy, and then the President of the United States comes over to me and puts his arm around me and goes, "Cory." And I go, "Yes, Mr. President." He goes, "I got my State of the Union address next week." And I go, I know that, sir. and he goes, "Well, I'm going to go to Camp David to work on my speech over the weekend. If I need some help, will you call me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, right. Sure. You got an army of speechwriters. You don't need my help." And the weekend came and went, and he didn't call me. Now, on the day of the speech, we're in the Senate chamber, a quick vote that I was going to go back to the Hart building right there to my offices and then come back. But I'm walking out from the vote down the brighter side of the Capitol, the northern side of the Capitol. and I'm walking down the steps.
Y'all got to understand, there's a real sibling rivalry going on right now between the House and Senate.
I'm walking down. Come on, sit down, my brother. We know you're speaking next. Come on now. Come on, we love you and we need you here. All right. I'm walking down the steps of the Capitol, and thank you, Liz. Thank you. Give it up for Liz before she leaves.
Liz Silva. Todd.
I'm walking down the steps of the Capitol over on that side, and my phone rings. And I answer my phone, and it begins with the stupidest question in America. That sounds rude, but I'm going to ask you, Pastor, is this a dumb question or not? I answer my phone. I keep putting you on the spot. It's terrible. Lord, forgive me. Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. She's going to go home and say, I had a great time at the rally, but that Cory Booker. But tell me honestly, is this a dumb question? I'm walking down the steps. I'm standing where Bill stood. I'm just a Bill sitting here on couch. I'm standing there, and my phone rings. I answer the phone, and the question I get asked is, hi, this is the White House operator. Will you hold for the President of the United States? Pastor, who says no to that question? Nobody says no to that question. I think they should just say, hold for the President. And so I say, of course I'll hold. And the next thing I hear is, Cory. And I go, yes, Mr. President. Hour before his State of the Union speech, he goes to me, I'm working on my speech still. And I'm all of a sudden, all the guilt I carried with me, all the guilt I've carried with me for waiting to the last minute in college to get my speeches done, suddenly I feel absolved from all of that guilt. And I suddenly say, Mr. President, what do you need? And what he says to me is simply this. He goes, I want to read to you a part of my speech to see if I can get your help. And he reads to me the part of the speech, and he asks me, what do you think? Now, when you get that question from somebody you love, maybe they put an outfit on, say, what do you think? You have a choice to make. Do you tell them what they might want to hear, or do you tell them the truth? But if you love them, you tell them the truth. And I said, Mr. President, I gave him some input. And he said, thank you very much, hung up real quick. And I'm just dazzled. I'm standing on the steps. I can't believe it. So I go back, we do that walk where we leave our chamber and go to your chamber. It's an amazing walk through history. You walk through past the old Senate chamber, you past the old, where the House used to meet, under the dome, and then we walk in. And I love that moment, Democrat, Republican president, where the person walks in and says, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States of America. Everybody stands up. Whether you voted for the president or not, you respect the office. It's an amazing moment in the chamber. So then he gets going with his speech. And you know this is an aerobic exercise because you got to stand up, sit down, stand up, sit down. I do squats for weeks beforehand preparing for it all. And then he gets to the section of the speech that he called me on. And amazingly, I hear my input incorporated in his speech. And you know, Hakeem Jeffries, I was the first person in the chamber to stand up for that part. And I'm like, this is the greatest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah. Question is, were you the only one to stand up?
For a little while, but then you joined me, brother. We stand together, my friend. We stand together. And then hold on a second. I go home then, Pastor. I go home that night, and I'm sitting there, and my phone lights up on my nightstand. I look at the phone, and it's a number I don't recognize from a New York City area code, 917. I usually ignore that. No, I'm joking. But I answer it, and I open the text message, and it says this, Pastor. It says, Senator Booker, this is John Meacham, the great historian, John Meacham. And he says, thank you for helping the president with his speech. You made more of a difference than you'll ever know. Now, John Meacham made a mistake because he gave me his cell phone number. I trolled the man, the historian, for weeks until he showed up in my office. And this is the point I want to make. When this great American historian came in and gave me the moment of his time, what did I say to him? I told him that I was very worried about America, that I was worried about the times we were living in, the divisions, the challenges, the frustrations I had 1 year for the child tax credit, not permanent, that cut child poverty in half. Why just 1 year? And I dumped on him. And then he looked at me and he said, Cory, nothing about what's going on right now is unprecedented. Everything is precedented. And then he started giving me a tour de force of other moral moments in America, crises that we had, from the Civil War to the Great Depression, to Nazis rallying in Madison Square Garden, filling it up, to a military general in the Depression saying we need an authoritarian takeover for our country, just a little bit until we usher through this period. He told me about Father Conklin, not just the #1 radio show in America, but the majority of Americans listened to him with his anti-Semitic screeds. He took a whole swath of American history, all of these moments where we were at a crossroads and it was a moral moment, and then he asked me what had us at those crossroads choosing the right direction. And I paused and didn't answer. He goes, well, let me tell you. It was not the person in the White House. It was not the people in Congress, the Senate or the House. Every time our country came to a moral crossroads, it was the soul of America, the conscience of the people, the action and the activism. Whether it was the Vietnam War or the Civil Rights Movement, or the suffrage movement, or the abolitionist movement, or the labor movement, or the LGBTQ movement, every time it was the power of the people. In a moral moment, people stood up. In a moral moment, people spoke up. In a moral moment, people rose up and said, this is my country. It is we the people. We the people. We're going to stand up. We're going to stand up. We're going to stand up. We are in a moral moment now. This is that moment. This is that time. It's not the Congress. It's not the president. It's not the Supreme Court. This is our country. This is our nation. And it's time for us to let them know that the people united will never be defeated. Ladies and gentlemen, will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. All right. So I am so happy that our traditions run deep. There has always been the movement of the people, but there's also been people fighting in the courts. One of our great, great historic organizations that has achieved so much success is the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, now the Legal Defense Fund. And I'm happy that the associate director and counsel, we may have to get Hakeem out of jail. If they're coming for judges, they might come for the next speaker. Remember this, if they're coming to arrest judges, they may be arresting the speaker, okay? So we may need you. Would you please, we're going to sit down again. This is a sit-in, although we just had a little stand-up. We just had a little stand-up. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Todd Cox.
Thank you so much. And I feel a little set up here after following Senator Booker. But I want to reassure Senator Booker and Representative Jeffries that I lived both in Brooklyn, New York for a number of years, as well as several cities in New Jersey.
Which ones did you like better?
I have 2 children. I love them equally. I apply that principle to New Jersey and New York equally. Well, thank you so much for inviting LDF to be involved with this and for bringing us all together and allowing us to shine a light on the president's budget. You know, we are in a period of history that we haven't seen for a generation. Our civil rights laws, our human rights norms are under vicious attack. We have an administration pushing the envelope on the rule of law, taxing our courts, really bringing us to the precipice of a constitutional crisis, if not already crossing that line. We have strategies being applied right out of the authoritarian playbook. Oh, sorry. And so it's more important than ever for us to hold this administration accountable, to make sure that they are applying policies and a budget, which, by the way, yes, does reflect values, does reflect what's important to you, making sure that we're holding them accountable to make sure they are being consistent with American laws and American values. Now, this administration has famously said they want to put America first. But if you look at this budget, it puts the American people dead last. So let's talk about that for a minute. We have a budget that strips away funding for a plethora of anti-poverty programs. We have a budget from a president who says that he's interested in education, in advancing education, and yet it strips away lots and lots of resources from the budget targeting Head Start, a program designed to lift up the most vulnerable children in our country. We have a president who says they want to have affordable housing, and yet they're removing billions of dollars from HUD that are targeting the very programs that would permit Americans to access affordable housing, to rent affordable housing. So at this moment, we really urge, and we want to work with our partners in Congress to turn this budget process into an opportunity to express our values, an opportunity to, if I dare say, defund the authoritarian playbook that's being applied in this country.
Yes.
We would like Congress to make sure that they do not continue a budgetary process that funds the very harms that LDF and many other civil rights organizations were designed and built to combat. 85 years ago, LDF was formed, and we lived those lessons throughout our lives as lawyers, organizers, researchers. We have a lot of experience dealing with authoritarians. Black people have experienced this for centuries in this country. I stand on the shoulders of parents and grandparents who fled authoritarian regimes in the South, migrated to Cincinnati, Ohio. Wish they had migrated a bit farther, but they migrated to Cincinnati, Ohio. No shade on Cincinnati. They got great union jobs, created opportunity for their families, and yet confronted many of the challenges that we see today involving exclusion based on race. So we've had a long history of dealing with this in this country. Our community and stakeholders are very familiar with the playbook, and I'm guardedly optimistic because of that. We know the lessons. We know how to fight back. The budget's an important part of that. The last thing I'll say is, at LDF we say we got to defend what we got, disrupt, that's what this is all about, but we can't forget to dream. And when we dream about people, we think about people. The number one, couldn't envision that I'd be sitting here today, that Senator Booker and Representative Jeffries would be sitting there. They couldn't imagine it, and yet they fought hard to make sure they created an infrastructure of laws, movements to make sure it happened. That's why I'm optimistic, because I know I'm building the shoulder power for others to stand on so they can take the fight forward in the short term and in the long term.
Yes.
So we're ready to do battle. We're ready to make sure this budget reflects American values, what we all hold true to the core meaning, what it means to be an American, and our human rights and our civil rights. Thank you so much again for inviting us.
Thank you so much, Todd. Thank you so much, Todd, and thank you for talking about the importance of dreaming. And it takes teamwork to make the dream work, and of course there is no I in team, which is why we're so thankful that all of you are here with us. We started out this morning around 6 a.m. It's cold. Sun hadn't come up, just the two of us. But we sat down hoping that we could encourage the American people to stand up, and your presence here today makes that clear, that the American people have been standing up, will continue to stand up today, stand up tomorrow, stand up this week, stand up next week, stand up this month, stand up next month, stand up this year, stand up next year, stand up until we end this national nightmare and make this country the best version of itself.
Yes. Yes.
And dreaming is going to be an important part of that. We're going to hear from another one of our great NAACP leaders. I did want to make, thank you, Pastor.
We love you, Pastor. Thank you. Thank you. Todd, thank you, brother.
We've heard from, thank you, Todd. We're hearing from some powerful people. We're about to hear from another one. I want to acknowledge that Congresswoman Emily Randall is here. Where's Congresswoman Emily Randall? We need her to come up. She's a new member of Congress. You know, you're a member of Congress. You can come up here right now.
Come on up here. Come on, Congresswoman. Come on.
And we'll hear from, come on, we'll hear from Congresswoman Emily Randall shortly. But her presence here today, and of course what Carmel Henry represents, I now have the privilege of serving a district in Brooklyn, a district that was largely once represented by Shirley Chisholm. And she got elected. This is all about dreaming. She got elected in 1968, became the first black woman ever to serve in the United States Congress. But there were a lot of people, Cory, in the institution, in the House, a lot of segregationists and others who were made very uncomfortable by her presence. And one in particular, a gentleman apparently was, from the Deep South, represented formerly the Jim Crow South. And whenever Shirley Chisholm would come on the floor, Shirley Chisholm tells his story, he would say, I can't believe that this little lady is here in the Congress making $44,500. That was the salary at the time. Whenever she would come on the floor, Shirley Chisholm, I can't believe, he said it in a loud and obnoxious way, that this little lady is here in the Congress with the rest of us making $44,500. And finally, Shirley Chisholm had enough, and she went over to him and decided that she was going to formally introduce herself. Said, I'm Shirley Chisholm. I represent the people of Brooklyn. I'm unbought, and I'm unbossed. And you're just going to have to get used to the fact that I'm serving in the United States Congress, making $44,500. That's the tradition upon which we stand. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. I want to thank you because not only do you represent the NAACP as one of our leaders in the nation, you represent the D.C. chapter of the NAACP.
Yes.
And so there's something I have to tell you that you may not know. But I was born in this city, the only one of the 100 senators actually born in D.C. My parents came here after college, 2 HBCUs, one from Fisk, one from North Carolina Central, met here, and the NAACP and other individuals, white and black, were putting big pressure on corporations in the D.C. area that never hired black people. And because of the NAACP and those other groups, they put pressure. My father got jobs where black people had never been before and then was hired as IBM's first black salesman in the entire D.C., Virginia area. So if there was no NAACP, there'd be no me. But if there was no D.C. NAACP, there certainly wouldn't have been justice for my daddy. So thank you very much.
Thank you all. So I know everything's been going on, and the first thing we need to do when the House opens, when everything happens, we need to push for them to pass the D.C. Local Funds Act. D.C. budget needs to be passed. We all know D.C. has passed a balanced budget for nearly 2 decades. Congress approved D.C.'s budget. There is no reason that the House has not approved it. The Senate has already approved it, and we think the senators. So we encourage everyone, not just those in the district, those in Maryland, those in Virginia, those across the nation, to contact your representatives, to make sure that our speakers speaker brings it to the vote. We need to make sure that that happens sooner rather than later. We know that in D.C., there's a lot of things happening in D.C. And as a federal government, as a House majority attempts to cut the federal dollars, we need to be concerned about our most vulnerable, especially those impacted by SNAP. In the District of Columbia, there are over 135,000 residents who receive SNAP benefits. I want you to think about that. D.C., there are over roughly 700,000 people, and 135,000 receive SNAP benefits. So I want you to think and take that into consideration. Not only does food, we talk about food insecurity, we talk about your health and nutrition, it impacts more than just that. It impacts education, it impacts healthcare, it impacts our future and how our students will be able to do in school. So we want to make sure that we are pushing our representatives, our members of Congress, this administration, we're holding them accountable. You cannot say that you are Christians. You cannot say that you are children of God when at the end of the day you are striking your neighbor. Yes. And so as we continue this fight, and we know it's going to be a long journey, but regardless, we will continue. We will continue to push. The NAACP has been around for over a century. This fight is not new to us. It is not new, and it will continue. But we need the help of every single person. Everyone needs to stay encouraged. Everyone needs to stay involved. Everyone needs to hold their members of Congress accountable. Amen.
Amen. So we're taking it back. Remember, we started here at a little after 6 a.m. before the sun came up. We centered the conversation with humility before the greatness of God. Hakeem and I share a faith tradition. And we understood that this may seem like an impossible challenge, but we both were raised to know that all things, not some things, but all things are possible. And so we wanted to open up a live stream and have a conversation because we know the moral underpinnings of the United States of America are being violated by a threatening bill, already a president who has cut Meals on Wheels, who's cut services for our seniors, attacked services for our veterans. But the bill that they're going to be working on as Congress comes back from a 2-week recess in this building, the one that they're going to be pushing is the one that Donald Trump calls a big, beautiful bill, but that is not what it is. It is a bill that cuts food from the hungry, health care from the sick, services for our seniors, support for our disabled. And it is an assault not on the traditions of Democrat or Republican, but the traditions of all of our moral traditions and all of our religious traditions that talk specifically. In the Bible, there are thousands of references, at least 2,000 references to the poor. This is the challenge, though, and this is why people of faith, and I'm going to introduce the bishop in a moment, but this is one of those moments. Now, I want to take everybody to another moral moment. It was a speech that was given during an attack on a union. There was deaths of a sanitation worker, 2 sanitation workers in Memphis, Tennessee. And there were people marching, and King came down there to fight for the workers' rights, for economic justice. And he was tired that night, and they were having a rally in the church, but one of his lieutenants called him and said, "You got to come. The people need to hear from you." And he came to the church, and he gave a speech that we all know as the mountaintop speech, where King said, "I have been to the mountaintop, and I've looked over, and I've seen the promised land. I may not make it with you." He predicted his own death, but we as a people will make it to the promised land. His last words were prophetic for the future. He said, "Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord." And then he went back to the Lorraine Motel, went to bed that night, woke up the next morning and went out in the balcony, and an assassin's bullet slay him. Now that balcony in that hotel is now a civil rights museum. You could go there. It's one of my favorite places to go if I'm in Memphis. And I tell you, Hakeem, the last time I went as a senator, they asked me if I wanted to go out on that balcony. I was with my friend who's here, a man named Kevin Batts, and we went out to that balcony. Immediately, Kevin fell to his knees. He knew this was when a king was slain. But what was important to me was not just to go to the balcony, but was to look over the balcony. Because over the balcony, you will see that they have in the pavement the line of the bullet that took King's life. But right there at the base, looking straight down at the site of King's murder, there is a slab there that the forefathers and mothers and fathers who came before us of that community chose one Bible verse to put there. It comes from the Torah. It's in the Quran. It's the words of Joseph's brothers, who see Joseph coming in the distance with his coat of many colors, jealous and hateful. They proclaimed these words that now are at that site at the Lorraine Motel. What they said, and Pastor knows this, "Behold, here cometh the dreamer. Let us slay him and see what becomes of his dream." They put that there, I believe, because they wanted to call the question. They slay the king, Martin Luther King. But the question remains for us to answer. What will become of his dream? We are in one of those moments where there are a lot of people losing faith in the dream. There are a lot of people who are in hardship and pain and feel, like King said, that even though the promissory note was written, the note has come back insufficient funds. Where a body like this has members that say that your family may dream of financial security, your family may dream of having food to feed the hearts, minds, and bodies of your children. Your family may dream that if they get sick or have an illness or a disability that they might have health care. They may dream of those things, but we are going to cut them. This is a moral moment. The dream is in the balance. And the call for all of us right now is to redeem the dream. And what King would say is it's time for this generation to stand up for the dream, to march for the dream, for this generation to sit in for the dream, to fight for the dream. That generation passed the Voting Rights Act. That generation passed the Civil Rights Act. That generation passed the Fair Housing Act. What will our generation do? They may have position, but we have the power. We need to redeem the dream. This generation needs to dream America anew. I want to bring to you the great bishop who leads the American Council of Churches. Bishop, would you say a few words and maybe take us to church?
Congressman Jeffries and Senator Booker, thank you for calling the meeting to order and calling the meeting to order publicly so that people are able to come forward together and express ourselves, that this is a defining moment in America, that we will either fulfill the dream or we'll be cast into chaos and darkness. But as you started talking about Joseph and the dream and what shall become of this dream, you remember that after a while, Joseph became the most powerful person next to Pharaoh in Egypt and saved Egypt from an economic holocaust. And when those same brothers that sold him into slavery came looking for help because now they were in trouble, he said, what others meant for evil, God turned it to good. And so evil may have its day, but evil never has the final say. God has the final say. So the question that I ask, do we have the courage to see? Do we have the courage to see what $880 million from this budget will do to Americans, all Americans? Do we have the courage to see what will happen Since that Head Start is being shut down, do we have the courage to see what it means for the proverbial rug for being pulled out from underneath of our seniors who worked all of their lives and paid into Social Security and paid their taxes and are citizens of America? Do we have the courage to see that American citizens are being deported? Do we have the courage to see that after they come for them, they're coming for us and they're coming for you? Do you have the courage to see that our children are going to start school this next school year without a school lunch? Do we have the courage to see that the policies on the table will extend poverty, will hurt families, not just one or two segments of the population, but all of Americans? And if we have the courage to see, and I believe we do, the next question is, do you have the courage to do something about what you see? Do we have the courage to hold each congressman and each senator for every vote they take? Do you have the courage to see, to speak up where you live locally? Huh? Because what's happening now just didn't happen here. It started locally. And so you must work in your local communities and government against the evil that is trying to dismantle the United States of America. We must do something to be sure that our children and our children's children have free air, clean water, and clean soil. We must not be the last generation to have clean air, clean water, and clean soil. We must have the courage to see and do something about what we see. We have to hold leadership accountable, yes? Oh, y'all got real quiet. When you get quiet, all preachers get nervous. We must hold our elected leadership accountable and our appointed leadership accountable. And if they will not be held accountable, then we must put new leadership in position. And so, my brothers and sisters of faith, wherever you stand in the faith equation, wherever you stand, we must remember that the truth will not hurt us, but the truth will always set us free. That if we stand together, if we speak up for those who cannot be here and have not yet found their voice, if we link arms and we link hands together, then we become a mighty force to contend with. Please do not fall into the trap that you are helpless. You are not helpless. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal. Come on, church. Where's the church? Where's the church? Where's the church? The weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but are spiritual, to pulling down the strongholds of the enemy. We have the power of prayer. Every morning from your knees, you have the power to pray hell back to hell and scare the living hell out of hell. That's on your knees. And when you get up off your knees, you have the power in your mouth. You can declare and decree. You can bind and loose. We are not helpless. We have power. So come on, my brothers and sisters, don't sit this one out. Don't be silent, but lift your voice wherever you are, in the classroom, in business, in corporation, wherever you are, wherever you work, in your eating, meeting, greeting club. Raise your voice. Let your voice be heard. Do not sit this one out. This is where we take our stand, and we shall not be moved.
We shall not be moved. We shall not be moved. Pastor, I want to ask you, the budget bill is what motivated us to sit down here, but there's so much going on in the country. And the Bible, the Quran, the Torah say so much about the stranger in a strange land. Could you maybe give a message on that, as well as your thoughts on the morality of disappearing people from our streets, this assault on the due process, what that means, that even the church isn't sanctuary anymore, that ICE agents can raid people and pull people out of church and their places of worship?
The Bible is absolutely clear that we are to welcome the stranger. When Jesus was in the synagogue and he picked up the scroll and he began to read, and he said, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, to preach good news to the poor and set free the captives. So we have a biblical mandate. When did we see you hungry? That's in Bible, Matthew 25. When did we see you hungry? When did we see you thirsty? When did we see you in prison? And Jesus says, as you have done it unto the least of these, you have done it unto me. We have a biblical mandate. How, this is in the Bible, how can you say you love God that you haven't seen, and hate the ones that you do see? We have a biblical mandate. And so as Americans, we have a right of free assembly, and we have a right to worship. And we have a right to worship without intrusion. We have a right to worship without fear. And when you just give carte blanche for any organization to come in and disrupt our worship, you are violating our rights. We are to worship free without intimidation. Hello, somebody. And so the next thing that we need to understand is that when you try to erode education, erode our education, erase black history out of the curriculum, Latino history out of the curriculum, Asian history out of it's not that it didn't happen, it did happen. And just because you erase it doesn't change the fact of history. And so my brothers and my sisters, there may be a Pharaoh who arose that did not know Joseph, but Joseph and all the Josephites who helped build this country, we will not be erased, and our children will not be denied the free education. Sitting in the pews right now, you have people who are afraid that their churches will be intruded upon by outside organizations. You have parents who are afraid that their children will not get the quality education that their taxes are paying for. God did not give us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. And if God didn't give it to us, then we ain't taking it. But we will take what God gave us. That is power, love, and a sound mind. Let the church say amen. Amen. Let the church say amen again. Amen.
Amen. So thankful for Bishop Vashti McKenzie. She's a powerful, profound, prophetic woman of God. And we appreciate you and the power of what you have had to say here today. And thank you. We're going to hear from 2 members of Congress, 2 additional members of the House who have joined us. We're thankful that you elevated the story of Joseph. It's one of my favorite stories in the Bible, and in many ways, and of course, it's also told in the Torah, Old Testament of the Bible. We're joined by Reverend Dr. Senator Raphael Warnock. Right on time. Right on time, and of course, I hesitate to talk about the story of Joseph with all these pastors who are here, but growing up, as I mentioned, the Cornerstone Baptist Church, and in many ways, this is a Joseph moment. We know that Joseph had to deal with the pit. He was beat up and left for dead by his brothers. Rescued, then found himself in Potiphar's house, where he was lied upon in Potiphar's house and sent to prison. Then he had to deal with being in prison unjustly. So he went from the pit where he was jammed up to Potiphar's house where he was jammed up, then the prison where he was jammed up. But we know that God works in mysterious ways. And so in the prison, wound up meeting some folks who were connected up with Pharaoh, and when Pharaoh was looking for someone who could interpret some of the dreams that he was having, they said, well, there's this fella who's in the prison that we met named Joseph. Did I get that right, Rev? I'm doing all right? And so Joseph, of course, was summoned to Pharaoh's palace, and as a result of that, eventually emerged to become the prime minister of the land. So watch this. He went from the pit to Potiphar's house to the prison, had to deal with all of those setbacks. But we know in our great faith traditions that a setback is nothing more than a setup for a comeback. And so this is a Joseph moment. And if we continue to show up and stand up and speak up for what we know is right, we're going to bring about the great American comeback here in the United States. That's what this is all about. A Joseph-like comeback for the United States of America and for the free world. We've got 2 additional members of Congress, and then, of course, we're going to yield. Cory will yield to his colleague, the great senator from the great state of Georgia. But we've been joined by Emily Randall, a new member of Congress from the great state of Washington. And we're thankful for her spirit, thankful for her fight, and thankful for her presence. Give it up for Emily Randall.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, we have been hearing a lot of stories of resiliency and love, and that is what inspires me right now as we are fighting for the future of our country, for the future of our democracy, for our neighbors, for the real people who live alongside us. And I learned a lot of stories of resiliency and love from my family, from my community, my grandparents who moved my dad and his siblings from Utah to Washington because they were facing housing and workplace discrimination because they're Chicano. And my grandpa who had joined the Marines and survived heavy combat in the Korean War but wanted to be part of building a better community for his neighbors. And my grandma, who was a hospital housekeeper and moonlighted as an interpreter because the Spanish-speaking patients weren't entitled to interpreter services when she was working there. I watched people in my family, in my community, look after each other when a house burned down or when someone was born with a illness or disability like my sister. When Olivia was born, her doctors didn't know if she would live. She had what's called microcephaly, which means her brain was really small. And I was 7, but I got to see that not only did our neighbors up and down the street, from church, from school, help my family take care of Olivia, but the Washington State Legislature expanded Medicaid, which meant that even though we had previously made just too much money to get coverage, we could now get those benefits for Olivia so that every piece of equipment she needed and the health care she needed and the surgery she needed were covered. And there are so many neighbors in my community who tell me their Medicaid stories every day. They tell me about the appeals that they have to file for, but then finally the coverage that they get so that their loved ones or themselves can be cared for. And we talk a lot about the numbers here, in this building, about what the budget looks like. They talk about the $880 billion of efficiency that they're somehow going to find in a system that is some of the most cost-effective delivery of health care in the country. In Washington State, it's like 0.0002% false payments. That's better a success rate than I think anything you could ask for. But it's real people's lives. It's our real neighbors who are in a rural community who need to get somewhere. It's real doctors who are trying to keep their independent practices open so that they can serve people without getting Medicaid torn away and having to close their doors. And in our communities everywhere, people rely on health care and Head Start and a system of government that kicks in when neighbors just can't take care of neighbors on their own. But here today, we are all neighbors, and across the country, we're all neighbors, and we are standing up and using our voices to take care of each other and assure that we preserve our democracy and our systems of government long into the future. So I'm proud to be a regular person with this really important job right now and to fight alongside you for better for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman Emily Randall. We also have another new member who has joined us, who I'm going to yield to, but I want to acknowledge the presence of a former member of the House, but a new member of the Senate from the great state of Delaware, my sister, Senator Lisa Blunt Rochester. I'm glad a couple of senators show up because we were making y'all look bad. No, it's been a great representation of members from the Senate, great representation of members from the House. I want to yield to distinguished gentle lady from the great state of Maryland, a new member of Congress, off to a tremendous start, Congresswoman Sarah Elfreth.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Leader and Senator Booker, and more importantly, thank you to each and every one of you who are spending your Sunday having these important conversations and standing up but also sitting down for the things that matter most in our communities. And Mr. Leader, you asked us to do a lot of town halls during the last recess. I had 12 town halls in the last 100 days. But this is my first sit-in. So it's really exciting. Now, I just want to say, I know you've been talking about the importance of Medicaid all day, and we've been talking about it, Emily and I, as we're back in our districts these last 2 weeks, having those town halls, having those important conversations with folks. I know that you know the amount of children in this nation who've received their health coverage because of Medicaid. I know that you know that 62% of seniors in assisted living have health care because of Medicaid, because Medicare does not cover that. You know how essential it is, but I want to tell a story like Emily did about what we were able to achieve in Maryland when we expanded Medicaid. Now, we are not alone, even though we're in Maryland, one of the wealthiest states in the wealthiest nation, but we have a shameful secret, and that women are dying giving birth, and black and brown women at disproportionate levels dying giving birth. It's shameful in this nation. And we knew that, and so we did something about it in Maryland, and the best thing we did was expand Medicaid pre-birth, prenatal, but also post-natal, recognizing how essential prenatal, postnatal, early childhood health care is, not just to mother and baby in that moment, but to the lifetime of health outcomes for mother and child by that expansion. And so when our colleagues talk about, well, they don't really want to cut Medicaid, just want to get back to the basics, they're forgetting all of the advancements that we have made across this country, whether it was for Emily's sister or my constituents who are about to give birth. Those expansions are progress. Those expansions have saved countless lives in this nation. Now, I'm sure you all saw the news. The president wants us to have more babies, which is bonkers. But I don't know how he expects us to do that when we're not covering prenatal health care, when we're not covering postnatal health care or early childhood education or SNAP benefits or Head Start. And so thank you for being here today and giving voice to your neighbors. I know the senator and the leader have asked you for a couple of things today, how important your presence here is, but I'm also going to ask you something else, something I've been asking my constituents these last 2 weeks, which is I appreciate them coming out to a town hall. I appreciate y'all coming out here today, but we need to have conversations with people who don't always agree with us. I don't know about you, Easter was a little awkward for me. My parents voted for the president, so that was a fun Sunday dinner, but we were raised in this country to not talk about politics or religion at the dinner table. And I think that's left us in a place where we can't have the conversations about our community and our values that we need to have. And so I'm going to ask you to pick up the phone when you leave here and call somebody, a friend or a family member who lives in a district that doesn't look like yours and is represented by a member of Congress or a member of the Senate who doesn't vote the way that the folks here are voting. And just have that conversation about your values and your priorities and ask them to engage
because we cannot do this alone. We're 535 human beings. So you being here is exactly what our founders wanted. It's what they intended, that your voices be heard. And I'm so grateful to spend a little bit of my Sunday with all here. Thank you.
Congresswoman, wow. I'm very humbled by what the Congresswoman said. I'm very grateful for those last words. And I want to put a highlight and exclamation point on it. I always say in organizing, if everybody in your coalition agrees with you on everything, then your coalition isn't big enough. The reality is, I don't know if there are people here, there are Democrats, Republicans, there's thousands and thousands watching. It doesn't matter. This is not a left or right issue. This is a right or wrong issue. Which means we've got to find ways to talk to people, because the Democrats don't have the votes. They have to do it. Getting 4 House members or 4 senators like we did in 2017 with Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski and John McCain. We have to change the hearts or move people to the deeper understanding of what the people are demanding. Now, I want to say this. I have this many thoughts about how to keep yourself mentally together. I lose myself every once in a while, but one of the lessons I've learned over the years, number one, is I don't have to attend every argument I'm invited to. That sometimes, no matter what I say to this person, I'm not going to change their heart or change their mind. But there are a lot of people that you can find ways to start a conversation. And my example of this, Congresswoman, I don't know if you'll like this story, but I'm on a plane, and when I'm on a plane, I get recognized, as some of the Congress people do as well, and you know, I get recognized. Sometimes that's good. People say nice things. And sometimes I think that people next month should send me a Mother's Day card, because I get looked at and called, you mother. Bishop, I'm sorry about that. Well, I'm on a plane now, and I sit down next to a mother and daughter, 80 and 60 years old. And they turn to me, the mother, and she says, who are you? Are you famous? Are you a professional athlete? Now, I'm a big black guy, and a lot of times people make that assumption. There's a part of me that feels like I should be insulted, but my ego is such that I look at her and I think to myself, well, I could have been. I mean, the highlight reels of my Stanford days are out there. So I smile at her and I go, no, ma'am, I am a United States Senator. And immediately, all of us probably in this time of too much tribalism, as soon as you meet a congressperson out in the wild, and one of the first questions you get, Congress people are shaking their head, are you a Democrat or Republican? Are you on their team or my team? That's the awful tribalism of today. Before they want to listen to your ideas, ask you about yourself, people want to know which side you're on. That's wrong. So I look at her, I take a deep breath, and I go, ma'am, I'm a Democrat. And she crosses her arms, looks at me sour, shifts her body away from me facing her daughter in the window, and says over her shoulder, I should have brought my Trump hat. Now, that's a song we know. I know that tune. And sadly, it does visit tables for Thanksgiving and Easter and the like. I'm not dancing to that tune. I got a long flight with this family. I'm going to find a way to scratch that record. And Hakeem knows this because he worked with me. He led on the bill, frankly. I shouldn't say worked with me. He helped write the bill. I look at her and go, oh, my God. Donald Trump in his term signed 2 of the biggest bills I've ever written into law, helped write into law. And I said to her about the First Step Act that liberated tens of thousands of people from unjust incarceration, and another bill called Opportunity Zones that got billions of dollars invested in low-income areas. Now, she heard me say something like that. She looked downright confused. And she shifted her seat back, and now she wants to try to understand. Next thing I know, we're starting to talk. And by the time we landed, we're laughing and joking and affirming our common humanity. We have got to find a way to break through these artificial walls, because I'm going to tell you this right now, what you already know. There are big corporations that profit off of our division, that want to pit us against each other. One of my favorite people, not to be confused as a bald black guy with me or the Reverend, but one of my favorite friends from my days in law school was a man named Van Jones. Van Jones was invited onto a show called Crossfire. And it was with Newt Gingrich. Oh, my gosh, right? Newt Gingrich. But Brene Brown says something when she writes. She says, it's hard to hate up close, so pull people in. And she sits down, Van Joe says he sits down with them, and of course they have lots of things they disagree with, but they find out that number one, they like each other, they can joke. Then they find out that there's some things they agree on, and then they go to the producers of the show and say, we'd like to do the last segment, there's usually 3 segments, and call it Ceasefire, and talk about where Democrats and Republicans agree. And the producers say, go ahead and do it. Well, next thing you know, the producers come back and say, stop, can't do it anymore. And they're like, why? And they go, because ratings are going down. The corporations that control these things, that want to keep our eyes on the screen, they have figured out that they can profit more from division, from divide. We've got to, in humanity, find ways of breaking through that. Because this moral moment demands us to be bigger than partisanship. This is not about party, it's about patriotism. It's not about party, it's about people. Now, I know a man named Raphael. I knew this man before he even thought about becoming a United States Senator. He made the mistake of inviting me to church. Bishop, I'll never make this mistake again. I went to his church and I gave a sermon so long, I just finished yesterday, and this was 10 years ago. He was so generous and forgiving with me. He goes, we got to still take a collection. Can you wrap this up? So he and I have been friends for a long time. He's the only senator I know, it may be the only senator in American history, that got arrested in this building protesting for people's health care during Donald Trump's first term. Arrested this man, took him to jail. He is a convict. I know. Bible's full of people who have been thrown in jail. We just were talking about Joseph. But let me tell you this, because I don't want to, the last thing you do is step on a pastor's sermon. He's got to take me to church for a second, but I have to tell you, nobody ever has walked into the United States Senate like this man before me right now. Nobody has ever. And I just knew when he came in that when he got into the pulpit, i.e. the Senate floor, and he spoke, he would speak with a moral strength that would make people on both sides of the aisle listen. And his maiden speech in the Senate was, what America are we going to be? A January 5th America or a January 6th America? Now, I sit in the back. But I moved up to be close to him when he gave this speech, and then the man made me tear up on the floor. Because he said basically on January 5th, the state of Georgia, one of the cradles of the Confederacy in years ago, elected a black man and a Jewish man to the United States Senate. It was a testimony to the truth of our country, that no matter what your faith, color, or creed, if you stand for the people, you can serve the people. He lives this credo. You can't lead the people if you don't love the people. And they got elected. And he told me, I think if I remember the story correct or the speech correct, he was on January 6th, because they hadn't been sworn in yet. He was on one of these afternoon chew-in chats. He might have been sitting with Whoopi. I don't remember exactly. But then he sees what's happening on January 6th here, where people are storming this Capitol, carrying flags of the Confederacy, T-shirts that say Camp Auschwitz. They're beating police officers. One of those police officers from New Jersey would die and succumb to his wounds, Brian Sicknick. And so here was this man in his maiden speech. He didn't speak politics. In his maiden speech, he didn't speak partisanship. He brought his moral character to the Senate floor and called a larger question: who are we as a country? Are we a January 5th America? Or are we a January 6th America? Ladies and gentlemen, there are a lot of great people in the United States Senate today and in many years past. But truly one of the greatest people ever to walk into that chamber is my friend, my brother, Pastor Reverend Raphael Warnock.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. All right, I was I was about to call Cory Booker my friend. But the job of a real friend is to lower your expectations. You failed miserably. But join me, and I'm sure this has already been done today, but will you join me in saying happy birthday, Cory Booker? Cory Booker and I have some things in common. We're both bald-headed black men, and we are born in the same year. But I'm glad to say he's older than me. We've been friends a long time. So very, very grateful for his leadership, for the leadership of Leader Jeffries. And the next Speaker of the House. Give a round of applause to the next Speaker of the House, Hakeem Jeffries. So glad to be here with all of my colleagues, and in my case, colleagues in Congress and colleagues in ministry, the great Bishop Vashti McKenzie and so many others. Come on, give her a great big round of applause. So, those of you who know something about my tradition may have figured out that I just got back from church. In fact, my host pastor is in the audience this afternoon. I preached this morning twice. So this is my third sermon. I'm going to make it short. I preached the 44th church anniversary of the Mount Enon Baptist Church in Clinton, Maryland, and that incredible pastor, who is an activist in his own right, tackling issues around poverty, healthcare, a whole range of issues. Morehouse man had to say that. Reverend Dr. Delman Coates, raise your hand. Give him a great big round of applause. Reverend Dr. Coates. Come on up here, Dr. Coates. Come on. So, he and I are both Morehouse men and both pastors, because I still lead my church. Did y'all know that? I still return to Ebenezer every Sunday unless I'm preaching for somebody else. And the reason I do that is my incredible colleagues who are here, notwithstanding, I don't want to spend all my time talking to politicians. I'm afraid I might accidentally become one. And my hope is that somehow I can wade in the waters of politics and public policy and still be much more servant leader who has to put up with politics because it allows me every now and then to get something incredible done. That's why we put up with this, right? I put up with this job because every now and then you get to do something amazing. 3 months after I got here, we passed the expanded child tax credit as a part of the American Rescue Plan. That is a tax cut for poor people. It's a tax cut for middle-class families, for working-class families. And when we did that in 2021, it cut child poverty by nearly 50%. Now, if you say, well, I didn't feel that, nearly 50%, where? Here's why you didn't feel it. We did it for 6 months. And we could not get our colleagues to extend it. But from June of 2021 to December 2021, I promise you, you know people in your neighborhood, people in your community, people in your church, in your house of worship, people who owe you money and they didn't tell you because you were going to ask for it back. They got $200-300 checks per child per month. Now, that's a tax cut I can get behind. That's much better than a tax cut for Elon Musk. I think he's doing all right financially. But I come to this work, as Senator Booker has already said, from the prophetic tradition of the black church. And let me hasten to say that when we say the black church, we have never, ever meant anything racially exclusive about that. We're talking about the fact that there needed to be a witness in America that said that slavery and Christianity are incompatible. That said segregation and Christian faith are incompatible. And so the only reason we had to create something called the black church is because even communion was segregated, and we felt that that was a heresy that we could not bear. So we established our own independent churches so that we could say that of one blood God has made all nations to dwell upon the face of the earth. And out of that independent church witness came the Harriet Tubmans of the world, who was an AME Zion. Came so many of our voices. Came Fannie Lou Hamer, who was filled with the Spirit. Came Martin Luther King Jr. It was that independent witness, and so that's the tradition out of which I've come. And so, yes, when I came here in 2017, I came not as a senator, I came as an activist preacher. And we gathered in the rotunda, and they were debating the Farm Bill. And in the Farm Bill, you have both benefits for farmers and agriculture, but you also have nutrition benefits for food insecure people. 1 in 5 children, by the way, in our country, 1 in 5 children is food insecure, don't know where their next meal is coming from. I think for that to be the case in the wealthiest nation, not only on the planet, but in the history of humankind, is a sin. And I don't understand folks who are so obsessed with what people are doing in their bedroom that they don't pay attention to what's happening in the boardroom. What happens in this building, that's what sin looks like. Micah makes it plain, he has shown your mortal what is good and what does the Lord require, but that you do justice and love kindness and walk humbly with your God. In his very first sermon, Jesus said he came to preach good news to the poor. And so when I hear Christian folk talk so badly about immigrants, when most immigrants do not commit crimes, most immigrants do not live on the dole of our government, most immigrants look nothing like Elon Musk. When I hear people beat up on the stranger, the Bible has a lot to say about how you treat the stranger. When I hear people attack poor people and act like it's a crime to be poor rather than to recognize that it is criminal for so many people to be poor. And they do all of this in the name of the one in whom I preach and believe every Sunday. Can I tell you something? Jesus is the biggest victim of identity theft in the United States of America. They cry, Lord, Lord, but he doesn't know what they're talking about. And so I decided that I'm going to stand on the side of the people that he talked about. The poor, the marginalized, the folk that other folk won't touch. And so I came here in that spirit in 2017. They were trying to pass the Farm Bill. They were cutting nutrition benefits from children. They were passing the first Trump tax cuts for the richest of the rich. And I gathered with an ecumenical gathering of clergy, not just Christian, but Muslim and Jewish and Hindu and others. And we were singing and praying in the rotunda of the building, and folks said, you can't sing in the rotunda. It's against the rules. You can't sing and pray in the rotunda. And I thought somebody needs to sing and pray in the rotunda. So I want to thank you, Cory Booker, and I want to thank you, Bishop Hakeem Jeffries. Did y'all hear him preach earlier? For holding this vigil out here on the steps of the Capitol. This feels like a prayer meeting to me. This is my kind of prayer meeting. They said to us, if you don't disperse, we're going to arrest you. What they didn't understand is that I had already been arrested. My imagination had been arrested by the grand idea that in the wealthiest country on the planet, we can make sure that every child has food for their body and books for their brain and culture and music for their hearts. And health care for their bodies. My mind and my imagination had already been arrested. And I didn't know. I had no idea that when I was getting arrested in this building in 2017 over the Farm Bill, that a few years later I'd be a member of the United States Senate writing the Farm Bill. We might need to go get arrested again. But I promise you we're going to do the work. And I promise you that we are doing the work, sometimes in ways you don't see. But don't doubt for a minute that we're standing up. We're standing up against these cuts against Medicaid, $800 billion out of Medicaid. Here's why you know they're lying. And I know Cory told me to be nice. I'm trying to be nice. But, you know, prophets, you know, I'm in that tradition. You know, there's a certain kind of cussing that prophets have to do. Here's why you know they're not telling the truth. I offered up a bill on the Senate floor as they were passing the budget resolution that said, won't we commit as a Senate body that we will not cut anybody's coverage from Medicaid. If they were really going after waste and fraud and abuse and were committed to not cutting people's coverage, they would have voted yes on my amendment. They voted my amendment down because they know that the math ain't mathing. So we'll continue to stand up and fight on behalf of all the people of our country. Because here's the truth. We need somehow to learn to look into other children's eyes, the eyes of other people's children, and see our own. Because they are all our children. I say that as a dad. They're all our children. And so, my beloved, as I close, and nobody believes a preacher when he says as I close, because I'm the pastor of Ebenezer Church, where Martin Luther King Jr. served, and because I live in Atlanta, one of the wonderful things about my life, Bishop, is I've spent the last 20 years as pastor of Ebenezer Church, came there as a young pastor. I get to hang out all the time with giants, like the late, great Joseph Lowry, who's left us, like my parishioner, whose service I presided over, John Lewis, the great John Lewis, like Zernola Clayton and so many others, like Andy Young. And Andy Young told me a story once that I think is so relevant for this moment, because everywhere I go, people are grabbing me in the airport too, Cory, and we can't even we can't get down the street. And there's a kind of angst in the air. And literally, I was at a parade in Savannah, Georgia. my hometown and walking in the parade, and people were pulling on me while I was in the parade, and they were looking at me with fear in their eyes, and they were literally saying, "Save us, fight for us, stand up for us." Well, I'm committed to doing that. But Andy Young said that after they passed the Civil Rights Bill into law, they went to see President Johnson. And Martin Luther King Jr. said to President Johnson, "I need you to pass a voting rights law." President Johnson said, "I know we need voting rights. I agree with you, Martin. But don't you know I just passed the Civil Rights Bill? I don't have the political capital to do it. There's no way I'll get it through the Congress. I do it, but I don't have the power." And so they left that meeting. The staff was feeling all discouraged and all dejected. And they said to Dr. King, "Dr. King, what are we going to do now?" Andy and others said to him, "What are we going to do?" The president said he doesn't have the power. Martin Luther King Jr. straightened his back without even missing a beat. He said, "Well, I guess we're going to have to get the president some power." I love that story because it reminds us that it's not about the people in power, it's about the power that's in the people. And so we're going to fight. But you cannot take change and give it to somebody else. You can't outsource transformation. You can't outsource civic responsibility. We're going to be fighting inside this building. We're going to fight inside the suites, but we need some of y'all to fight on the streets. We need you to make some noise. We need you to create the context for the change that you want to see. Are you ready to get it done? All right, let's stand together and get it done.
All right, hold on. Well, Bishop, actually, you can go. I'm not saying you have license to leave. You've passed the sermon, but I just can't, before I bring on the one of the great influences. I was going to just ask Reverend Coates. I know he's parading around like a Marylander, but where did you preach when we met? Metropolitan Baptist Church in Newark, New Jersey. My church. I knew you when. Would you just say one quick word before we go to the Congress people?
What do we want? Change. When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Change.
When do we want it?
Now.
It is such a joy to be here today and to see my good friend and brother, Congressman Cory Booker. I knew Cory before Cory was Cory, and we are thankful for his incredible leadership. And to Leader Jeffries, amen, I was at Morehouse with your brother, and Hassan Jeffries. He was a few years older than me, so thank you so much for your leadership. And to all of the members of Congress here today, it's incredible to see how Reverend Dr. Senator Warnock is on his third sermon today. We're all here today because we care. We care about the state of our country. We care about the future of our country. We care about the ways in which those in power are unnecessarily dividing our people. We have more that unites us than that divides us. And so we know that we're in a crisis. But the one thing that we're not in a crisis for is we're not in a crisis for resources. That is the myth. That is the lie. Because for some reason, whenever there's money necessary for wars, to bail out banks, to respond to a global health pandemic, some kind of way money just kind of falls from the sky. But whenever money's needed for health care, so that people don't have to die or go bankrupt because they get sick, or whenever money is necessary for jobs, so for quality schools, all of a sudden, where the money is going to come from becomes a challenge. And I think this is a critical moment for us because we need a movement of Americans who understand the importance of re-legitimizing the role of government for the people. Because too many in power delegitimize the role of government for us, but they harness the power of public supports for the rich, for them. And so this is a critical moment, and we cannot give up the fight. Tell your neighbor, we cannot give up the fight. We can't give up the fight. And as I give the mic back to Leader Jeffries, when I think about the fight that we're in, I'm reminded of an experience that I had some time ago with my two daughters. I was driving them around, and they were in the back seat eating a candy, and they were so, they enjoyed this candy so much that I wanted some myself. And so I asked them to give me this candy. It was hard, and when I put it in my mouth, it was very bitter. And so as I began to attempt to chew it, Cory, as I was beginning to take it out of my mouth, my daughters, Leah and Ava, they said, "Daddy, don't take it out. Don't stop. I know it's hard. I know it's bitter, but you got to keep chewing till you get to the sweet part." I know there's a lot of difficult days in front of us right now, but we cannot give up. We've got to keep fighting. We've got to keep voting. We've got to keep insisting. We've got to keep chewing until we get to the sweet spot. There's jobs up ahead, health care up ahead, and the future is ours. Thank you so much for inviting us to come out today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pastor. We've been joined by Imam Sharif. Imam Sharif, come on up.
Come on up. Sit with us, brother. Sit with
us.
Assalamu alaikum.
We're going to hear from our senator, brother. Good to see you. We're going to hear from our senator right now, but I want to acknowledge that we've been joined by several members of Congress. We got Suhas Subramaniam from the Commonwealth of Virginia. Suhas. Representative Stephen Horsford from the great state of Nevada, past chair of the CBC. Representative Tom Swazi from the great state of New York, a man of faith.
Yes, almost New Jersey.
He just returned from the Vatican. Representative Sarah McBride, who's doing a tremendous job. All right. Sarah McBride. Of course, Representative Sidney Kamlaga Dove from the great state of California.
Yes.
Now, Representative Kamlaga Dove does something on social media that you may have followed. Is this shit legal?
To the imam and the pastors present, we apologize.
We apologize for that. But I think there's some Republicans asking that question right now. And we don't care what the answer is because we're standing up for the American people.
Amen, amen, amen.
Right here. And by the way, it's absolutely legal because this is the People's House of Representatives. It belongs to you, the American people. It belongs to you, the American people. And of course, last but certainly not least, joined by Representative Laura Friedman from the great state of California, who's doing a great job. Cory, we came out here at 6 a.m., which means that we are now over 10 hours.
Sitting in right
10
here.
hours.
10 hours.
And we still got some time left in us. We sat down, it was the two of us, and as I mentioned earlier, we weren't sure who would respond, who would reach out. So appreciative that all of you have come out. We knew that we had at least some kind of guaranteed viewership. Cory's mother and my mother. But I'm thankful as a result of you and you showing up and all the voices that we've heard from. We're told now that millions of people have watched this in America and throughout the world. And we're going to continue to stand up and show up and speak up to stop this Republican budget.
Amen. I want to thank the people at home. We're going to read some of the people that have been DMing. We've been getting tens of thousands of DMs. Over 5 million people have liked this broadcast right now. And we've been out here for 10 hours sitting down. and we are going to continue because the next lineup, as I see, is pretty extraordinary. So this is how we're going to do it. We're going to go to my sister, I'm going to introduce in a second. Then we're going to go to the imam, inshallah, and hear some preaching from my brother, bringing us back to the moral moment that we're in. And then we're going to go to the backbone of the House members that are here as well. But I just want to say to folks, sometimes the best blessing is unanswered prayers. But sometimes when your prayers are answered, you just want to just fall to your knees and thank Jesus. I started praying about 8 years ago that one day Lisa Blunt Rochester would be my colleague. Now this is true, she can justify or testify. I started bugging her many Congresses ago. Not that I didn't like, Delaware had 2 great Congress people, but I knew one day they had to retire, and I wanted to make sure the Congresswoman for the whole state, am I telling the truth, there's only one Congressperson for the state of Delaware, and I thought she was up next. And at that point, we only had, we only had 2 black women that ever served in the United States Senate. And so I was blessed by that because she was my colleague in the CBC. But since she has come to the Senate, she has already, in her short period of time, transformed that body. She has brought a moral voice, a voice of clarity, a voice of focus, a voice of strength. She goes in that tradition of being unbought and unbossed. She is now in the room where it happens. And what do they say, Shirley Chisholm say, if they don't invite you to the table, bring a folding chair? Well, now she's a senator, so she's got a fancy chair at the table, and she's moving up. But this is the last personal thing I want to say before I hand you the microphone. So I have to say, when I was on the floor on March 31st, getting ready to stand for as long as I was physically able, the last thing that happened to me before my time was that Lisa Blunt Rochester came over to me, checked in on me, and then, Imam, Reverend, she said, can we pray? And she prayed over me and brought tears to my eyes. And I am telling you right now, she was there for hours and hours and hours. As in so many ways, my prayer warrior, my faith sister, and someone that has given me more strength than I anticipated even when I was praying that she would come to the Senate. She is a great political leader, but in my opinion, she's a child of God first and foremost, and she has brought such soul strength to the United States Senate. I give you my sister, Lisa Blunt Rochester.
Thank you, Cory. Thank you, Cory. Thank you, Mr. Birthday Man. It is good to be with you. Yes, giving all honor and glory to God, who is the head of my life. That's how I'm going to start this. I am so humbled to be on these steps. As you can see, America, my friends and my beautiful brothers and sisters here, I did not come dressed up today. There is no form, no fashion. There are chucks, and there is a shirt that says, "Love never fails." Love never fails. And so as I was sitting here thinking about my good brother Raphael Warnock and the great sermon that he just gave and all of the incredible speakers, I thought, what would I say? What could I even add to this moment? And my daughter drove me here, and she texted me as I was sitting on the steps. And she said, "You made it to the sit-in. Mission accomplished. The rest is just icing on the cake." So I also, in my spirit, I felt a hum. And I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but particularly in our churches, you will hear older mothers just go, like a hum of sadness, a hum of anxiousness, a hum of anger, a hum of love. Right now, this country is facing a pivotal moment. What road will we choose to pick? People say we're better than this. No, we are this.
Do we want to be better than this? What this sit-in is about is power. It is the power of prayer, it is the power of persuasion, and it is the power of the people. And why are we sitting in? We are sitting in because a major piece of legislation is coming down the pike. And God can only heal what is exposed. So today we are shining a light on the harms that are about to beset and befall us if we let this go. We know there are only 4 senators we need, and Republicans, and 4 Republicans in the House. And so we need you to pray if you pray, hum if you hum, meditate if you meditate, or just look up at the sky if that's what you do to get some joy. But we need you to pray. We need you to persuade people, not just the people you like. That's not what this is about. Love is not just about the people you like. Love is hard and radical and real. So you need to persuade people, maybe with your own story. A gentleman in Delaware said to me, he's a wheelchair user, he said, Lisa, if they pull the thread of Medicaid out of my life, it will unravel. Share your stories. Tell those legislators. It is the power of prayer, persuasion, and lastly, you, the people. That's what it's all about. Whether you are young, old, black, white, gay, straight, wherever you are. Because we run this. The people run this. We run this. So I will end by saying, I am so glad to be here with Leader Hakeem Jeffries. I'm so glad to be here with my bestie. Okay, don't tell some of my other besties. In the Senate, Cory Booker, and with my other colleagues and my incredible Congresswoman from the great state of Delaware, Sarah McBride. And I just want you to remember, where does the power come from? Where does the power come from? Where does the power come from? Let's make sure we let them know.
All right. We got some power here. Now, we said we were anchoring ourselves in the moral traditions. When we came out here over 10 hours ago, Hakeem and I said this is a bigger moment than politics. This is a moral moment in America, and we were going to sit here for a long time. I didn't know we'd be sitting for 10 hours, but it's 10 hours and we're still going, and we got some great people here. But the moral traditions of our country are what's important. Before this nation was founded, the Muslim faith was here shaping the culture of our country. Before this nation was founded, Muslims were fighting for this country. Every battle, every war we have fought, Muslim Americans were there. They have faced discrimination, allegation. They have faced challenges and bigotry. And yet we have seen some of our most great heroes throughout American history being Muslim Americans who stood for this nation. We are lucky right now to have a man who knows how to stand for what is right. A man who knows how to stand up for the greatest of all values from the great faith of Islam. A man who stands for what the prophet spoke of. Peace and love. Peace and love. I'm very grateful to bring now to the microphone Imam Sharif.
Thank you, Senator. Greatly appreciate you. We're sitting, but you have already shown us how to stand. How to stand. Thank you, our House leader. We appreciate you as well. We always give praise to Almighty God. We call upon Almighty God, and we're talking about the same God for all of us who created us all and cares about us all equally. The same God that's mentioned in that Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all are created equal and endowed by their Creator. The same God that's mentioned in our pledge of allegiance, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The same God that's written on the walls in this building, it says, "In God we trust." That's in the walls of these buildings. We are in a moment right now, and this is a moment of truth, a moment of trust. Who has honored the trust and who is betraying the trust? We are here with our leaders. They are the ones who are honoring the trust, and they are up against those who are betraying the trust. God calls all those who are leaders to have the entrustment of the people in them. And any time that you have laws, tax laws or other laws that favor the wealthy or the rich over the majority, over the masses, over the poor, then they have failed God's justice. It's an imperative that we're here. And we want to take our leaders. We're having this is called a sit-in, but our resolve, the resolve has already stood. And the resolve continues to stand. And we need all of us to maximize that resolve for change. Change for the better. It's an imperative that we are experiencing what we're experiencing now. Because God is trying to do something. That God that we held up. You know, I spent 30 years in the United States Air Force on active duty. Yes. It was an honor. It was an honor. You're welcome. I participated in 6 military campaigns. My life was on the line. I gave it for those 30 years. It was postured to be given. And one of the reasons I'm here is because when I came in 2010, one of our congressmen, the first Muslim congressman, was being accused of not being loyal. Keith Ellison at the time. And of course, I was brought here as one who has had their life on the line that represented so many others. I am a descendant of those that our beloved Senator Booker spoke about that was here in the beginning and that was beginning to fight, and we are still fighting. And we cannot stop fighting. God put this on us to pressure us. You know, we speak about the soul of America. It does have a soul. And God is trying to bring out the good potential in the soul. And that's in the majority of the people. The right-minded people, the good conscious people, the ones that we are here sitting with and appealing to. God is putting pressure. So it's an imperative that we do. As our sister said, if you can't end up with him, it tells us, say, first of all, when we see injustice, when we see something wrong, we see something that brings about oppression, we have an obligation to do something first with our hands. And if we can't do it with our hands, then you have to at least speak out. And if you can't speak out, then hate it in your heart. If you don't do one of those three, and the thing is, for all those who are listening, you're not supposed to go to the least when you can do the most. If you can speak, don't just keep it in your heart. If you can do something, stand, march, pocket, go see your son, then you do that first. But don't go to the least when you can do more. God has put this moment on us to bring the best of us together. All of us. Look, we look at America as overcome. We have changed. It's not where it was. It has changed. And it's time for change again, to see how bad do we want it. How bad do we want to stay the course that God has put it on. And again, we put that in our, when I took my oath, I said, so help me God. Did you say, so help me God? I did. So help me God? So help me God. I know they're trying to change that for some, but majority say they end that statement with, so help me God. That's a part of the equation. That's a dynamic part of who we are. We are invisible and we're visible, abstract and concrete. You can see me, but you can't really see the me. But the one that's speaking is the one that's inside. You see the visible. That tells us that what's inside, the spiritual, that's more important. That's bigger. Because when that soul leaves this body that is in, that's as a gift to, this body going to go right back to the earth. It's going to start breaking down. That's to tell us that the higher power is where we should always keep our sights on. We should never fail to keep our trust. In God we trust. That's a statement of unity. We say united we stand. But if we're seeing institutions starting to come apart and fall, that tells us that somebody is not upon the united we stand. Because that is divided we fall. So that's saying there's some division going on that's bringing the house down. We are not going to stand for the house falling. So let's say it here, united we stand. United we stand.
United we stand.
United we stand.
United we stand.
We the people.
We the people.
Have the power.
Have the power.
We the people.
We the people.
Have the power.
Have the power.
We the people.
We the people.
Have the power.
Have the power.
And we're going to exercise that power.
And we're going to exercise that power.
For your great spiritual leadership. And we thank you for serving this country in the Air Force. My father was an Air Force veteran, Cold War veteran, served in Germany. We appreciate you. We came out today to make it clear that we're going to stand up for the health care of the American people, stand up to protect Medicaid, stand up to protect nutritional assistance, stand up to protect the American way of life, but also stand up for our veterans. This administration is firing veterans. That is a disgrace.
Shame!
That's a disgrace. And we're going to make sure that we treat veterans in this country who have served this country, sacrificed for this country, with the dignity and respect that you deserve. So thank you. Thank you. We're going to go now to Representative Suhas Subramaniam, followed by Representative Stephen Horsford, followed by Representative Tom Swazi, in that order.
Thank you.
Suhas.
I'm Congressman Suhas Subramaniam. Thank you all for being here today. First of all, big hand to our leader, Jeffries, for doing an amazing job. It's not easy trying to keep more than 200 Democrats in Congress united. We fight all the time with each other, but he's the guy who does it. And one of the best things we can do for our country in the next couple of years is make him Speaker of the House. And, happy birthday, Senator Booker. Thank you. I brought you a little present, actually. You and me have something in common. We're both vegans, actually. So I brought you some vegan chicken wings for your birthday. Figured you'd be hungry, yeah. There's 3 in there. There used to be 5, but I ate a couple. But thank you for your leadership. You're going to have to share with your neighbor here. But thank you all for being here. I just want to talk about one thing, and it's our kids in America today and how they're going to be suffering under some of these policies that are trying to be pushed. I've got 2 girls at home. They're 3 and 5, Maya and Nina. I'm one of the lucky ones. I get to drive home after work every night because I represent Northern Virginia. And yelling at Republicans, that's easy, but putting my 2 girls to sleep is the hardest part of my day because they're excited to see me and they want to stay up all night. But I'll tell you that I've met a lot of parents over the past couple of months who are really scared right now because some of these cuts to Medicaid, for instance, that's really going to hurt our kids and really hurt future generations. We're talking about kids who are on disability. Medicaid is a lifesaver for them. Without Medicaid, they can't afford the treatment that they need. We're talking about the cuts to cancer research and cancer trials. That's going to hurt our kids with cancer. We're going to talking about the cuts to SNAP. That's how a lot of our kids get their school lunches and are able to get through the school day. And the cuts to our education, the Department of Education, that's going to hurt our schools, every one of our schools. and that means our kids can't get the education that they need. Everything that's happening is not just affecting us, it's affecting our kids and families all across America. If you're truly pro-life, why are you cutting education? If you're truly pro-life, why are you cutting health care for kids? Why don't you support paid family leave? So we need to demand that our lawmakers and that Republicans in Congress actually support families and actually support kids, because what's happening right now does not help our kids. It hurts them a lot. And they don't always have a voice, right? Our kids don't vote. They're not able to vote until they're 18. So we have to make sure that we give them a voice. And we have to make sure we secure their future. We have to make sure that we leave this country better than we found it, because that's our responsibility in Congress. That's why we're here. Because if we're not going to do that, if we're not going to legislate for the next 10, 20, 30 years, then what are we doing here, right? What are we doing here? And so I want to ask y'all, are y'all with me? Are we going to fight for our kids? Are we going to stand up for our kids? Because when we fight, what happens? We win! Thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
So Steve Horsford let me go ahead of him. I'm Tom Swazi from New York. And I first want to say, this is the day the Lord has made. This is a beautiful group, and I start by thanking God for the great gifts we have. Thank God for all of you, and thank God for these two great leaders that we have here, Cory and Hakeem. We're blessed by you. So I just got back from Rome literally an hour ago. Went to the Pope's funeral. And what did Pope Francis tell us? He said we have to love each other. We have to forgive each other. We shouldn't judge each other. We have to look for God in each other's faces. We have to look for God in the poor. Look for God in the homeless. Look for God in the immigrants. Look for God in each other. And when this all comes down to the basic what's right and wrong, we've got to think about, what do we really stand for? What are we doing to express that love for each other? Because a budget may be a cold financial document, but it represents our values. What do we stand for? So our country is founded on two great systems, capitalism and democracy. Capitalism says the stronger you are, the smarter you are, the harder worker you are, the bigger risk taker you are, the luckier you are, the better you're going to do. It's based on competition. But some people are not great competitors. Little babies are not great competitors. Senior citizens who are getting frail and elderly and their kids have moved away are not necessarily great competitors. You get hit by a car and your legs get broken. You're not necessarily a great competitor. You have cancer, mental health, some sort of disability. You're not necessarily a great competitor, but we don't want to relegate you to a life of misery because you are not a great competitor. So capitalism has lifted a lot of people out of poverty, created a lot of great innovation, created a lot of wealth all over the world. But we got another system called democracy. It says all men and women are created equal. Just because you're not the greatest competitor, we don't want to relegate you to this life of misery. That's why we have Medicaid. That's why we have Medicare. That's why we have Social Security. So we can make sure that we protect people. And we have to do everything we can to find a balance between that system of competition and the need to treat human beings like human beings. And in our country, we're losing a balance. Everybody's either, you're one of those, no, you're one of those. We have to find a balance to try and find the way forward, to keep the economic engine going, but to treat people like human beings that are all created equal. God bless all of you, and thank you for being out here today. Let's hear it for the great Steve Horsford.
Well, look, this is what democracy looks like. You are the people, and we are the leaders we have been waiting for. I am so honored to join with all of you. First, my leader of the House Democratic Caucus, Hakeem Jeffries. And I share birthday week with Senator Cory Booker. So again, happy birthday.
Happy early birthday. And when I look out into the faces and the eyes of the people who are here and the people that I represent back in Nevada that I spent the last couple of weeks listening to, I understand that the decisions that we make over the next few weeks matter to real people. As Senator Booker said when he was holding the floor for 25 hours, this is not about left versus right. It's not about one party versus the other. This is about right versus wrong. And John Lewis would always remind us to be on the right side of history. So I'm here to join with all of you to be on the right side of history. To be on the right side of history for our children and their future. To be on the right side of history for America and this democracy that we hold dear. To be on the right side of history to protect public education. To be on the right side of history to keep our promise to our veterans and to our seniors. When I was just 3 weeks old, my grandmother had a severe stroke. She went into coma. And when she came out of coma, she was paralyzed on the left side of her body. At that time, she needed around-the-clock care. She was in her 50s. My mother was just a teenager, and I was just 3 weeks old. As I grew up, I visited my grandmother virtually every week in a nursing home. I know what the smell of good care smells like, whether or not it's adequately staffed. I know what bed sores look like, and whether or not someone is properly cared for. What I did not know growing up as a child visiting my grandmother is that it was Medicaid and her disability and Social Security that kept my grandmother and the quality of life that she received for 27 years. I never planned to be in Congress or elected to any public office, but I remember sitting by my grandmother's side and promising her that one day I would be in a position to help her. And we're in that position now. All of us are in that position now. The question is, what will we do with the position that we're in? Will we fight for the people? Or for the billionaires and the big corporations? The irony is they want to balance the budget on the backs of the American people. Shame! On people like my grandmother. On people all across this country. They want to balance it on the backs of our children by taking away nutrition programs. Shame! By cutting the social safety net for our families. Shame! By making Social Security and veterans weaker. Shame! And all to give tax breaks, permanent tax breaks, to Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. Shame! Well, I say give tax breaks, permanent tax breaks, to moms and dads, not Bezos and Musk. Let's lift up the child tax credit. Let's help our small businesses. Let's create an economy that actually works for all of us and not just some of us. While they're taking away the tools of opportunity, we're working to build them up. But ultimately, this all comes down to you. And there is something that every single one of us can do in this moment. We are not powerless. We need 3 Republicans in the House. We need 4 Republicans in the Senate. It's time for them to do their damn jobs. Do your job.
this is not easy. These decisions that we make affect real people. And that's why I'm proud to be here with so many of my colleagues, but all of you, because when we keep the people at the center of the policy, there is nothing that we can't do. And we can do it together. So let's get out there and do it together, because this is what democracy looks like.
Thankful so much for Representative Stephen Horsford, one of my good friends in the Congress. We've been joined by a few other members of Congress, Representative Mark Takano from the great state of California. And another one of my good friends, Representative Stacey Plaskett from the Virgin Islands. And we'll hear from them. We'll hear from one member of Congress, and then we're going to go to one of our special guests, and then we'll go back to several members of Congress. But first of all, I'm just thankful as we look out at all of the young people who are here. They are the future of the United States of America. The future is now. And we know the future will be bright because of them. I'm thankful for all of these members of Congress here to defend Medicaid and a fair and just budget, because they recognize that here, the Senate, the House of Representatives, we don't work for Donald Trump. We don't work for Elon Musk. We don't work for far-right extremists. We work for the American people. And when we stand up for Medicaid, we're standing up for the American people. And we need 4 Republicans in the House and 4 Republicans in the Senate to do their job. And now it's my honor to yield to a great new member of Congress representing the state of Delaware, Representative Sarah McBride.
I just want to say, Sarah, before I can't make Delaware jokes anymore because I love Lisa Blunt Rochester too much. But Rehoboth Beach is great, but the Jersey Shore. So before I trash talk, I just want you to know my last podcast I listened to was the podcast you just did with Pod Save America. And my staff will know this. I sent this around to all my friends because the way you talked about how to build coalitions, the way you talked about how we've made mistakes as a Democratic Party by trying to cancel people who agree with us on 90% of the things, but just because they don't agree with us 10%, I thought it was one of the most beautiful articulations of how to build a successful movement. So you taught me this week, and I want to say thank you to you before you speak.
Well, thank you, Senator Booker. What you just said completely made up for the Delaware comments that you just made. Happy birthday. And thank you to both you, Senator Booker, and our fierce leader in the House of Representatives, Hakeem Jeffries, for bringing us today. I am humbled to be here, filling the big shoes of Lisa Blunt Rochester in the House of Representatives, representing more than 1 million Delawareans. You know, I ran for Congress. I ran for public office after my own experience as a caregiver to the person who had become my husband, Andy, during his battle with cancer. I met Andy when I was fresh out of college, fresh out of American University. And we quickly fell in love. About 2 years into our relationship, Andy was diagnosed with cancer. And for anyone here who has ever been diagnosed with cancer or who has had a loved one who's diagnosed with cancer, you know it is like a punch in the gut unlike anything you've ever experienced. Feels like the world is coming crashing in on you. But from the first moment after Andy was diagnosed with cancer at the age of 25, he knew how lucky he was. He knew how lucky he was to have health insurance that would allow him to get care that would hopefully save his life. And both of us knew how lucky we were to have flexibilities with our jobs that allowed Andy to focus on the full-time job of getting care and me to focus on the full-time job of being there by his side to care for him, to love him, to support him, and when he found out that his cancer was terminal, to be there by his side, to marry him, and to walk him to his passing. And up until his last breath, Andy knew how lucky he was. And I decided to run for Congress because I do not believe that in the wealthiest, most developed nation on earth, that time and that ability to get care should be a matter of luck. I believe it should be the law of the land. Now, I hoped to be entering a Congress that was expanding access to every American. I hoped to be entering a Congress that was passing paid family and medical leave for every worker. I hoped to be entering a Congress that was providing child care to every family. But that's not the Congress that I've entered. This is a Congress that is hell-bent on passing a heartless budget that would result in the largest cut in Medicaid in American history. All to partially, just partially pay for tax cuts for Donald Trump's billionaire best friends. Every day that Senator Blunt Rochester, Senator Coons, who I know was here earlier, and I are back in Delaware, we hear from the nearly 1 in 5 Delawareans who rely on Medicaid for health coverage, that nearly 40% of Delaware kids who get life-saving care covered by Medicaid. People struggling through cancer treatment, new moms trying to survive childbirth, seniors and people with disabilities who need a little bit of help to get through the day. Medicaid is a lifeline that this Republican majority is trying to rip away from millions of Americans. Shame! And we are here because we will not let them. We will not let them get away with policies that are a matter of life and death for our constituents. And if you are someone who voted against this president in the last election, we're here to fight for you. If you're someone who didn't show up in the last election because you believe that politics couldn't work for you, we're here to fight for you. And if you are someone who voted for this president in the last election and you don't like what you are seeing, we are here to fight for you. Because what is clear is that Republicans in Congress and this administration don't care about anyone but billionaires that fund their campaigns. They are willing to hurt everyone. People who voted against them, and yes, people who voted for them. All to help the wealthiest among us. Shame! But we are here because we know, as Senator Booker reminded us, that the power of the people is greater than the people in power. We are here because we have hope. We have hope. And I know that is a word we don't talk about in politics anymore. Hope sort of seems out of fashion. Cynicism is so in vogue right now. But cynicism is corrosive. It's corrosive to our spirits and our souls, and it is corrosive to our politics and our democracy. I get that this moment in our politics feels different than 15 or 20 years ago, when it felt like if we simply worked for it, if we voted and volunteered and told our stories, that change was inevitable. That with hard work, we could inevitably bend the arc of the moral universe toward justice. And it doesn't feel that way anymore. We can't quite see the light at the end of the tunnel. We don't know that if we do all the things we think we need to do, that change will come. But as we sit here on the steps of a part of this Capitol that was built just before the Civil War, as I join with my colleagues on the floor of the House of Representatives, where they passed the 13th Amendment and the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, where women got the right to vote, where the New Deal was passed, where Medicaid and Medicare were created. As we sit in the chairs where people sat when they voted to pass the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. And as we step into the shoes of not only our predecessors, but the advocates, activists, and everyday Americans in those moments who fought for that change. When you step out of the hindsight of history that views that change as inevitable, you cannot tell me that the reasons for hopelessness now are greater than the reasons for hopelessness then. An enslaved person in the 1850s had no reason to believe that an Emancipation Proclamation was on the horizon. Unemployed workers during the early days of the Great Depression had never heard of a New Deal. Patrons at the Stonewall Inn never knew of an America where they could live openly and authentically as themselves without violating the law. They had every reason to give up hope. They had every reason to believe that change would not come. They could not see the light at the end of the tunnel. But they persevered. They summoned their hope, they found the light, and they changed the world. And I am hopeful that if we persevere, if we summon our hope, then we will find the light and we will turn this moment into what a friend from Florida once called a slingshot moment. Where yes, we are pulled backwards, but the tension and pressure of being pulled backwards ultimately propels us to destinations that we've not yet been. Thank you all very much.
And what a way to bring us into our 11th hour here on the steps of the House of Representatives. We've got a very special guest that Cory's going to introduce, and then we will hear from Representative Kamlaga Dove, Representative Laura Friedman, Representative Takano.
Can I actually do some shuffling? Can those Congress people sit where Jeffries and I are sitting? And we're going to move down here. We want to center you guys. I'm going to come down here, and I'm going to sit at your feet because we're going to introduce you. Okay, come on down. Come on, center yourself. All right, before I introduce this extraordinary speaker we have, because of what she does, I just want to tell a quick story. If Hakeem Jeffries will give me license, he keeps reminding me that we're on the House side. I have no jurisdiction over here. Over there, I got jurisdiction. So I've been told the truth. But I have to tell him that if he wants to watch the Jets or the Giants play, he has to come to my jurisdiction of New Jersey. But I'm sorry, I don't want to go back to the divisions between us. I just want to tell a quick story to set up this important part. So right back there is a former detective of the Newark Police Department named Kevin Batts. He's trying to look like he's in obscure, but he's one of my closest. He's like family to me. Kevin. He grew up in the projects in Newark, went off and served in the military, came back from the military, joined the Newark Police Department, and that's when I met him when I was a city council person. He became a part of my detail in 2006 when I became mayor. So we've been driving around in a car for close to 20 years. Now the reason why I bring him up as an introduction is because Kevin and I have this power between us where we don't have to speak that much. I get back in the car and I'm working, returning phone calls and all of that. And the power that Kevin has is he just looks in the rearview mirror and he can read my mind. And it's pretty amazing. And so one day I'm home in Newark, and about 3 blocks from where I live, there's this place. I don't know if they have them in Delaware. I don't know if you all know of these places. It's called McDonald's. And McDonald's is about 3 blocks from where I live. And Imam, I hope you can give me some dispensation for this, because as we're driving, Kevin looks in the rearview mirror and immediately turns into the McDonald's drive-thru because he saw weakness. He saw weakness in my eyes. Now I am so, the flesh is weak, Imam, the flesh is weak. Now we know somebody just gave me some vegan food. So let me tell you this. I thought back then that McDonald's French fries were vegan. They are not. Not vegan. They dip them in some kind of meat juice. I know that now. But it is meat juice. It is meat juice. I don't know what it is. It's not vegan, though. Right? Right, it's not vegan. Okay, either way, we digress. We digress. We go into the McDonald's drive-thru and I order 2 large fries. And they hand them to me, and it's a long day. I'm tired. I want to get home. And I hold these fries like they're the most precious thing ever. I'm like, hold my precious, my precious. and then we start driving, but Kevin puts on the brakes and stops because right there's a man in a trash can rooting around, and he knows me, so he stops. He sees me, and I roll down the window, and I say, hey, man, what's up? And he sort of waves me off, and I realize my tone was not correct. I didn't respect our equal dignity, and I softened my tone. I said, excuse me, sir, is there anything, do you need anything? Is there any way I can help you? And he turns around and he says, well, I'm hungry. Now, we've been talking and grounding this 11 hours in faith, and I think a lot of the faith traditions say something about this. In fact, I know Jesus said something about, like, if you have 2 McDonald's French fries and your neighbor has none, I think it was a sermon on the McMount. The sermon on the McMount. And so I know what Jesus wants of me when it comes to McDonald's French fries. Okay? I reach in and I give him one of my McDonald's French fries. He looks happy and takes the McDonald's French fries. And now I turn to Kevin to drive, but just as Kevin's about to put it in dry, he puts it in dry but doesn't put the gas because the man goes, excuse me, taps my window and says, do you have any socks? And many of us who've worked with people who are experiencing homelessness know that could be something really precious. But I don't carry extra socks in my car, so I vainly looked around and looked at him and I said, sir, I'm sorry, I don't have any socks. I was disappointed I didn't have them. He seemed disappointed but grateful for the fries. Now I turn to look at Kevin and with more of a sense of urgency, because there's nothing as bad as cold McDonald's French fries. And so I said, get me home. All I want to do is get on my couch, watch the British baking show, unbuckle my pants, the whole thing. And so somebody knows what I'm talking about. Unbuckle the pants. You got to unbuckle the pants. Okay? Thank you very much. My staff hates when But Kevin, 20 years in the car, doesn't read my mind, doesn't do what I'm looking at him to do. Instead, the guy over there puts the car in park, reaches between his legs, kicks off the shoes he's wearing, takes off his socks, and hands them through the window. And the man receives them like it was a bar of gold, precious to him. And then Kevin drives me home. And home for me is I got socks in my drawer that I haven't opened yet. And the reason why I say this in introducing you, because we are at a moment where what we're suffering for is a lack of moral imagination. A lack of moral imagination. We should be audacious enough, as you said, to believe that we can be a nation where no one goes hungry. We should be audacious enough to believe that the moral obscenity in this nation of child poverty can be eradicated. Right on. We should be audacious enough to believe that every American can have access to affordable health care. Right on. We should be audacious enough to believe that if you work hard all your life, you can retire with security and safety. We should be audacious enough to believe that every child should have a great public school. We should be audacious enough to believe that this should be the nation that is a light unto all nations. And so what I am grateful for is right now we have Ms. Bigelow here, who is from the Georgetown Center for Poverty and Inequality.
Hoya Saxa.
Yes.
Hoya Saxa.
Yes. And I am grateful because the one thing I can say in compliment to this incredible person to my right is that she is a woman audacious enough to believe.
Thank you, Senator Booker. That's very nice. So first of all, I should say that my birthday was on Friday, so I want to associate myself with all the April birthdays. I had a very nice time celebrating over the weekend. I hope you guys... The bull. Yeah, the Taurus. So I'm from the Georgetown Center on Poverty and Inequality, and we are a think tank. So I'll say right now, this is a little bit of the nerd out moment, a little bit. So it's research, but it's going to be fun, hence the nose cards, okay? So like the senator said, poverty is not inevitable. Hello? All right.
I want to repeat some of that. Start with the nerding out.
Yes.
We're a bunch of nerds.
Well, we got to start with the most important part, which was my birthday was on Friday. I'm from the Georgetown Center on Poverty and Inequality, and we are a think tank at the Georgetown Law School. And this is what I was telling everybody earlier, was that this is the nerd out moment. I'm going to talk a little bit about research, and so that's why I have the note cards. But it's going to be fun. It won't feel like school, I promise. And like so many of the speakers before me, I think it's really important to say that poverty is not inevitable. It is the result of deliberate policy choices. And this week, all day long, we have been talking about the choices that are facing members of Congress this week. The choice to cut programs that keeps families fed, housed, healthy, and free. And so here at the center, we do a lot of research and data, and Reverend Barber earlier today, I know, mentioned about the importance of research and data. And I can tell you right now that the research and data say that when we invest in people, when we provide income support, when we provide health care, housing, paid leave, and child care, poverty falls. Families thrive, and communities grow stronger. Research shows that we should be spending more money on these programs, not cutting them. We have the proof, and therefore we have the power. So our vision at the center is one where everybody has economic well-being, dignity, and real opportunity. And the reason why I'm here today is because tomorrow we're actually releasing some new research that talks about the cuts to Medicaid and SNAP. So over the past couple of months, you've probably heard about Medicaid alone or SNAP alone, but there's a unique set of people that get both programs. And I'm talking about seniors and children. Millions of families rely on both programs together because food security and health care are deeply connected. So 60% of SNAP recipients rely on Medicaid, and 40% of Medicaid participants also depend on SNAP. That's 15 million children and more than 5 million seniors. If they cut these programs, our children will grow hungrier and our seniors will grow sicker. The research is crystal clear that cutting SNAP and Medicaid means higher medical bills, skipped prescriptions, missed preventative care, and deeper food insecurity. It means aging adults pushed out of their homes because they can't afford the long-term care services that Medicaid provides. And for children, okay. So the research is crystal clear that when SNAP benefits are cut, child hunger spikes. When Medicaid is stripped away, kids lose their doctors and their vaccinations, their dental care, their vision screenings, all the basics they need to grow and succeed. Children who grow up hungry and without health care face greater obstacles for the rest of their lives in school, in jobs, and in health. Cuts today are scars for tomorrow. So I hope that you will go on georgetownpoverty.org to look at this research tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. When the Congress people speak, you got to come down right here. So who's up next?
Representative Kamala Dove.
All right, come on down. Come on down.
Two microphones. I love it. I just want to give, well, first of all, good afternoon, America. How are you? And can you hear me? All right, good. I want to just give thanks and praise, actually, to our bad brother from Brooklyn, Leader Jeffries. He is the leader of our caucus. He will be the Speaker of the House very soon. I also want to give thanks and praise to Senator Booker, who shows us what courage looks like. He did it 11 hours sitting down. He did it 25 hours standing up. He reminds us to live in this moral moment and to not let a moment like this go. I remember after he concluded this historic 25-hour sermon of love to the American people. I hugged him and I told him how he inspired my heart. And I had to say it a couple of times because elected officials like to talk, and we can all talk for long periods of time. But to actually listen to someone feed your heart, reminding you how powerful you are, and all the tools of love and courage that you have at your disposal is a wonderful thing. We are in a moment where this administration is trying to divide us by race so they can separate us by class. This is an administration that wants to divide us by race so they can separate us by class. And what do I mean by that? Well, if you see an administration that is deporting immigrants, undocumented and U.S. citizen immigrants, if you see an administration that is arresting and silencing and trying to deport students and faculty members and anyone trying to exercise their First Amendment rights, if you see an administration that is trying to get rid of books and museums and libraries and take the history and the culture out of them to erase something that they're obviously ashamed of, that is division by race. Because the coding of those actions is that those people are bad, and you don't want to be those people. So that you are distracted by, unfocused on how they are separating us by class. And they are doing that by making these cuts, these cruel and heartless cuts, to somehow justify for their heartless and shameful tax cuts that they are giving to folks who don't need them. And these people will tell you, I'm rich, I don't need this. But they're trying to justify those cuts by cutting SNAP and WIC and Social Security and Medicaid and Medicare. Before I came to Congress, I worked at a child care organization. We helped parents find and pay for child care so that they could go to school and work. And you're telling me that it's okay to cut baby formula and food stamps and WIC and child care? Child care that keeps the economy going, it grows the economy, it keeps parents working, it allows them to pay taxes, it allows child care providers to have businesses that employ other folks in our communities. That math doesn't math. And you're going to justify this class separation by cutting Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security, by making up stories, lies, untruths about who is getting the Social Security payments. We each have stories of real people that we know who rely on Social Security. They're on a fixed income. There are elders. They earned that payment. How are you going to justify cutting that? Give me a break. I'm in Los Angeles. I represent Los Angeles. Amen, LA. Go Dodgers. And a lot of people, when they think about Los Angeles, they think about all the flossy, glossy parts of LA. But in my district, I have the fourth highest Medicaid enrollment numbers in the country in glossy, flossy Los Angeles. So when I'm in my district, I'm talking to folks all the time who are yanking me and saying, please, A, fight for my Constitution, and B, fight for my Medicaid. And when I am listening to them, I am thinking about my aunt, who in her 30s was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. She was falling at odd times when she was going to work or hanging out with her friends. We didn't know what was going on. We eventually took her to the doctor and she got diagnosed, and we wondered, what is MS? Because no one else in the family has it. And it is a degenerative disease. And over time, she was not able to walk. She couldn't use a walker. She was in a wheelchair, and then she was bedridden. And I, too, would go to her nursing care facility to visit her. And I, too, witnessed what it's like when someone is not given proper care and they contract bed sores. I, too, know what it's like to have to call my mother to get the news about how she had to get up in somebody's behind about not taking care of my aunt, or checking to see about an ombudsman program that is used for folks who have Medicaid, so that there is someone who is advocating for those in our families who are in these facilities who might not have a loved one to check on them every single day, but they still need an advocate. And those folks are on the chopping block because Speaker Johnson and the person on your side and Donald Trump want to cut these critical services. She would not have been alive as long as she was if she did not have Medicaid. And some of you might say, well, great story, but I'm not on Medicaid. But let me tell you something. You're able to get care because someone else is on Medicaid. I have gone to hospitals. I have talked to the doctors. I have visited my community clinics. And they all say the same thing. My doors stay open because I have patients who are on Medicaid. You, with your healthy, private insurance, middle-class self, are not earning enough to keep me, community clinic, open just on your own. And I am open to help you when you get sick because of all of the folks who are on Medicaid who come to see me. And trust, maybe you say, well, we don't have Medicaid where I'm from. It's another name in your state, but it's still the same. It is care. It is care. It is access to health care. And we all deserve that kind of access. So we've been talking a lot about power. But these folks, they want the power without the responsibility. And we're not interested in irresponsible leaders. We are not interested in inhumane leaders. We are not interested in untruthful leaders. And we are not interested in folks who are going to try and gaslight and bamboozle us and divide us to justify their heartless, their cruel, their non-adding up tax cut schemes that will do nothing but hurt us and kill us and divide us and cripple us economically. So, Leader Jeffries, Senator Booker, America, I am so glad that I am here with you today.
Representative Calm like a dove.
We've got 3 more members of Congress that we'll hear from, but we want to get to some stories that need to be told on behalf of the American people. So I'm going to yield briefly to Representative Laura Friedman from California, Representative Mark Takano from California, and Representative Stacey Plaskett from the Virgin Islands.
Hey everyone, I'm Laura Friedman, also from California. I want to first thank our bright lights, Leader Jeffries and Senator Booker, for having us all here today so that we can stand up by sitting down for a little while. And I want to thank them for centering today's rally around faith, because it gives me a chance to mention one of my favorite dictates from God in my tradition. God told the people, justice, justice shall you pursue. And God didn't say that because it was easy. God felt that this had to be called out as a commandment to the people, because God knew that justice was something that you have to work on day after day, year after year, and decade after decade. It is a holy, holy commandment from God. So what does justice look like? To me, justice looks like a country where anyone who's arrested has due process and legal rights. The very basis of justice. Justice looks like a country where working people who pick our crops, who work in the stores, who cook our food, who take care of us when we're sick and old, that those people can afford to put food on the table and pay their rent. That's what justice looks like. Justice looks like veterans who put their lives on the line for our country, have the services that they need and the support they need, and don't have to worry about whether they can access help if they're having trouble with mental health or with medication. That's what justice looks like. Justice looks like our senior citizens who spend their lives raising children and working, who pay into our system, know that they can access Medicaid and Social Security when they need it and live out their lives in dignity. That's what justice looks like. Now there's a saying that if you show me your budget, I will tell you your values. So what does this administration's budget look like? It looks like a failure of morals and justice. Because this budget that this administration has put on the table and ran through Congress shifts money away from supporting working people, away from supporting our medical system, away from supporting children who need a safe place to spend their days, away from public education, something that we're all entitled to, away from a country where anyone who works hard in school can go to college without crippling debt. It moves money away from all of those ways of seeking justice to do the most unjust thing, which is shift money to our largest corporations and into the pockets of billionaires who don't need any more money. But we know how to get justice, because we know that when we fight, we win. When we shine the light of transparency on government, we win. We win. When we call for justice, we win. When we go to the courts, we have been winning. We have been winning. And with all of you, and this, what we're doing today is being replicated every weekend all around this country. Because the people, when they stand up, they win. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Mark Takano from the great state of California. I'll make excuses for being overdressed for this event, but I was at the Victory Gain Lesbian Victory Fund brunch today. And you know, when you have to dress up for the tribe, they say. You can see my green socks matching my green outfit. But the green socks remind me of Senator Booker's story about how his friend Kevin
took his own socks off to give to the homeless man. And it reminds me about feet and a certain pope named Pope Francis who washed the feet of 12 women in a prison. And how I wish the news media would have focused on how the Pope washed the feet of people in prison, washed the feet of migrants as our president went to mourn his death. And that is the spirit of humility, of foot washing, of service to our fellow human beings that I think my Democratic brothers and sisters, we wish to bring to the Congress, our voice to the Congress. Thank you, Sidney Kamlager-Dove, for bringing up the topic of the rule of law. Also, my friend Laura Friedman, because that's on my mind, and I'll tell you why it's on my mind. I'm an OG. I'm the original Gaysian in Congress. I learned OG, the word, from my students who I taught for 24 years as a teacher. I didn't know what an OG was, but I've adapted it to my use. So there's the gay side and there's the Asian side, but the Asian side of me is Japanese American. And I'm just one generation away from people who were sent to internment camps. My mother and father were little children in internment camps. My father was, like a 4 or 5-year-old who was actually ended up falling into a burn pit because they didn't have OSHA at these camps, and he has burns on his legs to this day. And then my immigrant grandfather and all my grandparents were sent to those camps, all without due process. Initially under the Alien Enemies Act was the beginning of it, and then it elided into citizens being put into those camps, all without due process, all because they were of Japanese descent. My friends, this ancient law, passed in 1789, is being used as an excuse again to disappear people from this country and put them in a brutal foreign prison. For all we know, there could be citizens among them because they were never allowed to see a judge to tell them whether they were a citizen or not. And so I have people arguing with my posts online, Congressman, people who are non-citizens, they don't need to be treated the same as citizens. Well, what if you are somebody who's picked up by authorities and you are a citizen? Wouldn't you want to have a chance to tell a judge that you're a citizen? But besides that, our Constitution in the 14th Amendment doesn't say citizen when it says no person shall be denied due process of the law. My friends, we cannot allow this president to defy a 9-0 decision of that Supreme Court over there. Now, I share something with Mr. Future Speaker of the House of Representatives. We both share a reverence for a woman who made a big impression on us. I've heard Hakeem talk about this woman all the time. She's a part of my story. And that story is of the freshman member of the Judiciary Committee in 1973 who was the inquisitor of the crimes of Richard Nixon. And her name is Barbara Jordan, the congresswoman from Houston, Texas. And Hakeem, I get this phrase wrong all the time, but she professed her faith in the Constitution, that it was whole, complete. I never get that phrase right. Whole, complete, and total. And she said it like this. She said, total. She had this amazing stentorian voice. And as a 13-year-old gay Asian boy, I thought to myself, if this country can elect a black woman like Barbara Jordan from Houston, Texas, they could elect me someday. And I set my sights on that. I think it was James. It was someone in the Nixon administration who said, "Mr. President, Watergate is a cancer on your presidency. Is a cancer on your presidency. And we had people like Barry Goldwater, a staunch Republican, go to the White House. They didn't have to do a trial of Richard Nixon. They didn't even have to do an impeachment vote. Because Republicans in those days, when they recognized the threat to our Constitution, you know, they wouldn't level with the president and say, Mr. President, you will not have the votes in the Senate. My friends, today, it's not about Watergate being a cancer on Richard Nixon's presidency. It's Donald Trump and all of his buddies being a first-stage cancer on our democracy. And this 9-0 decision that he's defying, if we let him get away with disappearing people, doing away with habeas corpus, we've got a 3, a 5, and a 7-year-old, all citizens being spirited out of this country, and a Trump-appointed judge has said they have not gotten their due process. This is a very personal thing to me because it has affected my family. It was a young service member still wearing his Army uniform for the 442nd All-Segregated Japanese-American Fighting Unit that fought alongside segregated black units in Italy, who came back to Seattle and noticed in the paper a lien against my grandmother's property. It was bought in my grandmother's name because because my immigrant grandfather couldn't buy it his own name because of the alien land laws, which have also been revived around this country. And that lien against the property was because my family couldn't run the greenhouses that they ran, and they owed taxes on it, and we lost the property. And today, on that Bellevue 5 acres of land stands a Red Lion Hotel, based on a $2,500 initial investment. So $2,500 property got sacrificed for a $25 million later hotel that was, my grandfather took me there to see it when I was 10 years old. He wanted me to see the place that he once owned. So look, real consequences. I say that we must address this cancer, this first-stage cancer in our democracy. We cannot let the tumor get bigger. And the immune system of our democracy is all of you. The immune system of our democracy is all of you. We, standing together, building public sentiment, must say, this shall not stand. You will not defy a 9-0 Supreme Court decision. So let me just finish up. Let me just finish up by saying Medicaid affects 40% of my district. The people of my district, because of Medicaid, we were able to hire more doctors, more psychiatrists, more mental health folks. If Medicaid goes away, the clinics will close down, and then everybody shows up at the emergency room. If you are middle class on private insurance, don't think that you won't be affected by cuts in Medicaid and those clinics close down. All of us need to stand together. Let us all begin to be the immune system for our democracy, shrink the tumor, and let's press on.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here with you, and thank you so much to Senator Booker and to Leader Jeffries and to your teams for organizing this, the incredible staff that are behind you guys doing this work. Thank you to them. Thank you all for coming out on this beautiful Sunday. So now my daughter was visiting this weekend. She's away at school. And I got the message late that you all were out here. And she is actually on the train and is watching all of you guys now. So everybody wave to her. So I figured I'd keep her on the phone while I speak. And I think that this is a good time for story time, right? So I want to tell you guys a story. I am going to tell you a story about the place that I represent. I represent the Virgin Islands of the United States.
which is one of the most beautiful places in the world. It's called America's Paradise. But living in the Virgin Islands is not always paradise. So the story of the U.S. Virgin Islands goes to 1917, when Denmark decided that they would go into a land sale agreement. Does this sound familiar to you guys? With the United States. And in that agreement, they were able to buy what was then called the Danish West Indies. And no one from the Danish West Indies was part of that agreement. None of us. None of my grandparents, my great-grandparents, who were alive at the time and were Danish subjects, sat at any table or had anybody representing them when that place was sold. And they effectively sold land and people at the same time. And because we weren't sitting at the table, we were the meal. And being the meal meant that you guys talk about what these budget cuts will do. That's where I live. We have a cap on Medicaid, which means that when Congress decides that this is the amount you get, if you need any more, that's on you. That's what they want to do now to the rest of the country. And what it has meant is that a third of the children in the Virgin Islands don't have health care. And that when we reach the amount that the federal government has given us, our government has just got to figure it out. It means that in the Virgin Islands, we have men who are part of the draft, and like Puerto Rico and American Samoa and Northern Marianas, fight in more numbers per capita than the rest of the United States, but they can never vote for their commander-in-chief. Now, looking at me, you would think that I was part of the 92. Y'all who are part of the 92% who voted in this last election know what I'm talking about. Black women. But I am not part of the 92 because I reside in my home of the Virgin Islands, which means that I can't vote for president, which means that I have limited representation here in this Congress, which means that I don't have a senator across the hall, so that when deals are done and bills are made, if something is passed in the House, there's nobody in the Senate to represent us, and we're part of the meal. And that's what this government wants to do to the rest of the country. They want to make you the meal for their greedy guts. They want to make you the meal for what they can get, for the raw material that is this earth, that are your souls, that are your sweat. That's what they're trying to do. And, you know, I get very frustrated when I hear senators talk about that they fear for their safety. Leader Jeffries and I were part of impeachment teams of this new president now. We should fear more than they do. We got a mark on our backs because what we said about him, what we impeached him for doing, what we prosecuted him in the Senate for, right? But I am not afraid. Are you afraid? No. Are you afraid? No. Are you afraid? No. So you need to tell at least 4 senators, stop being afraid. Stop being a punk. Do the right thing by the people who elected you, the people who don't have a voice. So, you know, in November after the election, many people in the Virgin Islands were very afraid. And I can recall when we got the results, my daughter's still here, and we called her at school. It was really early in the morning. We didn't want her to hear it from anybody but us that Kamala Harris had lost. And when my daughter cried, it broke me. It broke me to hear a young black girl crying, because I knew it wasn't just disappointment, it was fear. It was fear for her body, fear for her 4 brothers, her black father, the people in her life who are LGBTQ. It was for her friends. It was for those who don't have without. But I want you to tell Talia, my daughter, right now, we're not afraid. We are not afraid. We're not afraid and we're going to fight. Thank you. Thank you so much for
So, fantastic. Yeah, well, look, I'm so happy we've had members of the clergy, we've had reverends, we've had imams, we've had a lot of folks from different faiths. We've seen kippas up here, collars up here, and more. I am very glad that we have a man by his very title. I know he's a better singer than I am. But I am very, we are very blessed. And I want to thank Baruch Hashem, thank God that you are here today. We have with us Cantor Jason Kaufman. Thank you, Cantor.
Thank you. Senator Booker. Yes.
All right.
Senator Booker, Leader Jeffries, distinguished senators, congressmen, everyone gathered here, everyone watching wherever you are. Hello. Shalom.
Hello.
My name is Cantor Jason Kaufman, and I am the cantor at Bethel Hebrew Congregation in Alexandria, Virginia, and a board member of the American Conference of Cantors. As a Jewish person, I believe that we were put here on this earth to help others. We are here to fix this broken world of ours and to bring compassion, goodness, and acts of loving kindness to everyone. That means supporting organizations like Meals on Wheels.
Yes.
Because when my grandmother was on Meals on Wheels, I knew that there was someone checking in on her every day to make sure she was doing okay, had a friendly face, and a nutritious meal. It means supporting our LGBTQ plus community, especially our trans youth. It means funding medical research so that our loved ones have a fighting chance when they receive the worst news that anyone could receive. It means having a budget that reflects the core values of human decency and goodness. It means treating our immigrant friends with compassion, kindness, and most of all, welcome. And it means having a strong, thriving democracy. Because the Jewish people thrive in democracy, but guess what? We all do. Every religious minority, everyone thrives in a democracy. So thank you for everyone who is here fighting to uphold and sustain our democracy. We can do better. We can do so much better. And as a Jew, I believe that God will build this world from love if we build this world from love. So I hope that you will indulge me just for a moment and join me in a song. Join me in a song that comes from Psalm 89. I will build this world from love. Please join with me. I will build this world from love.
I will build this world from love.
Not too bad. Yada-da, 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 yada-da. And you must build this world from love.
And you must build this world from love.
Yada-da, 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 and if we build this world from love, yada-da, 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 then God will build this world from love. Yada-da, yada-da, yada-da. You know the song from the beginning. I will build this world from love. Yada-da, yada-da, yada-da. And you must build this world from love. Yada-da, yada-da, yada-da. And if we build this world from love, Yada-di-di-di, yada-di-di. Then God will build this world from love. Yada-di-di-di, yada-di-di. Let's build the country we deserve now. Wow.
Thank you. Councilman.
Great man of God. So thankful for your leadership throughout. Today we're getting ready to cross over into our 12th hour on the Capitol steps. We've been joined by Jewish faith leaders and Muslim faith leaders and Christian faith leaders all throughout our time here on the Capitol. We've been joined by another great man of God, also a member of Congress, a mentor to both Senator Booker and myself, someone who speaks with such power, such passion, such prophetic wisdom, the Reverend Congressman Emanuel Cleaver from the great state of Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Thank you, Mr. Leader and Senator Booker. Look, you guys are going to be going home and talking to your families and people who will listen to you. And there are a lot of people saying they're discouraged. Let me share with you what I hope you will share with others. There has never in the history of the world.
Hold it higher. Put your hand on the mic higher. Yep, yep.
There has never been in the history of the world that a night continued without being interrupted. Darkness comes. This is a dark moment in the country. But I think we need to make sure people understand that in reality there's no such thing as dark. You don't even know dark until the light hits it. And so it's important for us to know that this is a dark period, but darkness has never in the history of the planet defeated the light. Never, never. And it never will. And darkness has its door. Let me just share something with you quickly. Do you know there's somewhere in the Gospels, in the Christian tradition, close to the crucifixion, there is a gathering of disciples, and then as they have gathered, the soldiers come up to arrest Jesus. And when they come up and pull their swords, please stop. When they come up to arrest Jesus, he doesn't resist. He says, "This is your hour and the power of darkness." That's a little confusing. This is your hour and the power of darkness. Let me interpret that. He's saying, as a metaphor, darkness doesn't last. And so what you're getting ready to do won't last. It doesn't last. So this is your hour and the power of darkness. This is yours right now, which means that you only have a short time. It's like this man fell in love. This man fell in love with this gorgeous, beautiful, really nice, democratic woman. And she had barely even noticed that he existed. And so one night they go to the movie, which is where I'm going in a few minutes. Didn't even know that he existed, but they go to the movie, and the door opens, and he walks in, and he sees her. And they walk into the movie, and as soon as they walk in, the malfunction of the lights go out. And he thought, oh my goodness. He moves her by and said, don't worry, I'm standing right next to you. And she said, who are you? And he said, I'm the God that's been watching you for the last 3 years. And so she grabs his shoulder and puts her arm around his shoulder, and he says, "Oh, this is so great. This is the greatest day of my life. And I've been wanting you for the last 3 years." And she said, "Well, you got me until the light comes on." Let me tell you, Elon Musk, this is your hour. This is your hour and the power of darkness. You got us until the light comes on, and the light is coming on. The light is coming on.
So we are now officially at the 6 o'clock hour. We're officially at the 12 hours that we've been at this. We started walking in your office, got down here a few minutes after 6 o'clock a.m. It is now 6 o'clock p.m. I want to center why we are here. We are here because we want to return to Congress tomorrow. Congress returns from a 2-week break. They say that they are going to work on this big bill that's going to cut food from the hungry, health care from the sick. It's going to cut services for our seniors and support for the disabled. After they've already cut Medicaid, after they've already cut Social Security offices, after they've already cut Meals on Wheels, so many things. And they are saying they're doing this in order to give larger tax cuts to millionaires and billionaires, to the wealthiest amongst us. And so we said 12 hours ago we were going to come out. We sat down before the sun came up to begin a live stream, to have a conversation rooted in the faith traditions of our nation. We've had leaders from the Islamic faith, from the Christian faith, from the Jewish faith. We've had an array of leaders from the House and the Senate, from so many different faiths. And what we want to do, though, is recognize that millions of people have been watching and liking this live stream. Millions. We're over 6 million now. I am excited that we now have some of the influencers that have been elevating this since the beginning. And we want to thank them for being here. We've got Dr. Nora Haynes, we've got Suzanne Lambert, and we've got Monique Presley. I want to hand the mic over to them. They do this every day, hold the microphone. So as good as Hakeem has been, I'm going to pass this on right now. All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Senator, and happy birthday. So I'm happy that this is rooted in faith. As I was getting dressed this morning to go to Mass, because my Pope died a few days ago. But I was told that I was needed here, so I said bet, so here I am. And I've been here since about 11 a.m., standing in their faces filming. And collectively, we are the Persist Network, and what does that mean, who we are? We were formerly Women for Harris. We were a coalition of women. I was in the group as a messenger. I'm a national security and foreign policy expert, so that was my thing. And after the election, we didn't know what to do and how to do it. And so this amazing coalition decided to stay together. And we harnessed our power, and we said, what can we do, and how do we do that? So we have a lot of messengers and influencers and content creators in Persist. And what we do now is we do rapid response, which this is, here we are. You know, we are rapidly responding. And we also create content. But we could not do that if Senator Booker and Representative Jeffries did not understand the assignment. And they understand that new media is a thing. They understand that legacy media is on its way out. And so here we are. Here we are standing in new media. Here we are to counter the so-called manosphere. We are women. We are standing together. We are holding hands. We are telling your stories. Amen. And collectively, we have 60 million eyeballs across our social media platforms. So we are the 60 million, As I am proud 92%, we are also the 60 million. So we are the Persist Network, and I am so happy and so proud to be sitting on these steps as Senator Booker is making history again. He likes making history in the middle of the night. So this is the second time I get to see Senator Booker make history along with Representative Jeffries and all the amazing speakers coming from New Orleans and California. I know that social media reaches people outside of the Beltway. And this is one of the reasons why new media means a lot to me, because I get to talk to people in New Orleans that aren't looking at MSNBC or CNN, right? So thank you all. Please join our 60 million at the Persist Network. We are here for you, and we have your back. Thank you.
Well said, Doctor. Thank you. So I get a lot of comments when I make videos talking about the detrimental budget cuts that Republicans are proposing, right? There's a lot of people who don't think that this is actually going to happen, and they'll say things like, oh, kids aren't really going to lose their school lunches, and that's not actually happening. Essentially, Republicans are lying, which they're really good at doing. So my question for Democratic leadership that's here is, what would your answer be to that? Can you talk a little bit specifically about what those cuts actually look like, give a few examples of what that might mean, whether that's your own constituents or constituents across the country, because I think anyone who really understood the grasp of these historically terrible, even for them, ideas they're putting forward, they wouldn't agree with them, right? Because most people aren't making billions of dollars. A lot of people are just being lied to. So can you talk to us about that?
It's a great question, and throughout the last 12 hours, we've been receiving story after story after story, sent to Senator Booker's office, sent to my office, sent to members of Congress, and the senators who have been here, because this $880 billion in proposed cuts to Medicaid, the largest cut to health care that's being proposed in American history, will hurt families and children and seniors, everyday Americans, people with disabilities, of course, veterans, and so many others across the country. Hospitals will close. Nursing homes will shut down. Community health clinics will be shut down. So this is not a hypothetical situation. This is real pain that could be inflicted on the American people. And so thank you for that question. Let me read something that has come in today to us from Chelsea. She said, "Thank you for the opportunity to share my situation. I have 10 rare diseases and have had 10 brain surgeries because of the rareness of those diseases, which doesn't have a name. After many years of PT and OT, which I still receive thanks to the help of Medicaid, I returned to work. I work in a place that doesn't offer the best health insurance. Medicaid is set up as my secondary through the Return to Work program and picks up what my primary commercial insurance does not, which, as it turns out, is a mountain of expenses. Besides physical therapy, I take 4 biologics, 14 medications, 66 pills daily, and my copays would amount to over $2,500 per month, far more than my take-home pay. I don't know what I'm going to do if and when Medicaid is cut. I barely hang on with this arrangement as it is. It has been a monumental struggle to continue to work, as I am not magically cured of my diseases simply because I am back to work. I need Medicaid to stay in place in order to survive." Thank you, Chelsea, and our commitment to you is that we're going to do everything we need to do to stop this reckless Republican budget and save Medicaid and the health care of the American people.
Thank you for that commitment, future speaker.
We can clap for that.
And happy birthday. I appreciate you. I come to life as a media person, as someone who practiced law for 30 years, as a civil rights lawyer and advocate, but I come to life as a citizen, as a mom. So when I am speaking out, I'm wearing blue today because we celebrated Autism Awareness and Inclusion and Acceptance at my church, Temple of Praise in Southeast D.C. And everybody, 1,000 people are wearing blue, and I'm so thankful that we have opportunities like this to speak up and use our voices as our network to say, we see you, we hear you. But this all day has been rooted in faith. So I'm gonna sit in my seat as an ordained minister for a second and say to you, leader, I heard you earlier today when you were talking about not 2 Corinthians, but 2 Corinthians. Yeah, and you came out of 2 Corinthians 4, which has been actually my landing scripture for this moment. And so I'm saying to autism parents who are worried because 4 out of 10 children who are on the autism spectrum or have disabilities are dependent on Medicaid in addition for their benefits, for their health care. I'm talking to millions of parents who were worried when they heard the HHS secretary saying things that had nothing to do with the pride of our community or the way that we actually walk through the earth and actually contribute. And I was frankly listening, and I had no idea. It didn't seem like he had ever met a single child on the spectrum. I wondered, how can you be over HHS and NIH and CDC and Medicaid and Medicare and be so clueless, be so just wrong on all the facts? So this budget this week matters. And it also matters to me that you guys did this because, you know, there's no party that has a monopoly on God or on being faithful or on spirituality, and I think that's been represented here today, but I'm long-winded, and here's my scripture. In the Message Bible, Leader Jeffries, that same scripture, 2 Corinthians, that talks about us being pressed but not crushed, it says this: we've been surrounded and battered by troubles, but we're not demoralized. We're not sure what to do, but we know that God knows what to do. We've been spiritually terrorized, but God hasn't left our side. We've been thrown down, but we haven't been broken. What they did to Jesus, they do to us. Trial and torture, mockery and murder. But what Jesus did among them, he does in us. He lives. So I am not afraid today because I know that the faith that we all have, our collective faith, is what is going to carry us forward. And I'm praying for each and every leader that's on the steps today that they and everyone who stands with them will do what is right by this country this week.
Amen. All right. Let's give it up for the Persist Network. Yes, Persist Network. Hakeem, could you hand me my phone and those things you want to read? Because I want to elevate. I want to tell everybody who's been sending DMs, we're going to collect them and bind them and deliver them to senators. Your voices and your stories are not going to just lie on the internet. We're going to print them and bind them. And I want to just read Jen. She goes, because of the high prices for food and housing in Northwest Arkansas, I had to quit my job and move back home to Louisiana. I'm currently living in my parents' camper in their driveway because I haven't found a job that would allow me to pay for an apartment. We need work, assistance, and food that's healthy and affordable. We need wages that will allow us to pay our bills and make ends meet. I'm 41, and I still can't live on my own because my master's degree in mass communication doesn't get me a job where I can make more than $46,000 a year. Then to get those wages, I have to live somewhere that a 950 square foot model apartment is $1,234 a month. I cut all of the fun out of my budget. I don't have disposable income. Do something to fix this. I want to read one more from Michaela. I'm a caseworker in my state and I work with children's mental health. 90% of the families we serve have Medicaid and live at or below the poverty line. Many have intellectual disabilities. Many live in motels, or in foster care, or homeless. There are already too few services to help them, and their Medicaid and food stamps are the tiny bit keeping their heads above water. Losing Medicaid and not having health care is going to cause a huge mental health crisis. We often talk about healthcare as if it's just physical healthcare, but so many Americans are falling through the cracks because of lack of access to mental health care. And so I want Hakeem to know something. I just first want to thank him. When I called him up with this idea, he didn't hesitate, he didn't equivocate. He said, I'm in. And he came out here. I'm sorry, I was about to give you a lot of compliments, but I was told we have one other speaker that came down on your right, and it's Santiago Mayer, who is the executive director for Voters of Tomorrow. Yes, Santiago. All right, let's go to Brother Santiago.
Thank you. So I am Santiago Mayer. I am the executive director of Voters of Tomorrow, and we are the country's largest Gen Z-led organization, working to educate.
All right.
We're working to educate, engage, and empower young people to get involved in politics, and we represent thousands of young people fighting in their communities right now to stand up for what Gen Z believes in. We have heard a lot of stories today, but I wanted to share some stories that we have not mentioned. I wanted to share the stories of the millions of young people who depend on SNAP to put food on the table. The stories of young people who depend on Medicare to access health care. The millions of young people who rely on Pell Grants to pay for their education. The stories of the young people who are having their future stolen from them by Mike Johnson, Elon Musk, and Donald Trump. And I wanted to share the stories of the million of young people who are staring in horror as the Republican majority continues to destroy our climate by expanding offshore drilling and rescinding IRA funding. It is clear that this budget is waging war in our generation. But it is not the first time they have done this. They've done it before by putting the Second Amendment above second graders, by banning our books and attacking our teachers, and by taking away our rights and making it so that young women in my generation have fewer rights than their grandmothers. Shame! So I am here as a 23-year-old organizer, as a proud Mexican immigrant, as a believer in the power of young people to protect democracy, to issue a warning to the Republican majority. Because young people don't like being lied to, we don't take kindly to being used, and we don't take kindly to having our future sacrificed for the benefit of billionaires and corporations. So, as the final speaker, Mike Johnson, if you're listening, let me tell you, come 2026, you're going to realize a very simple truth. You pissed off the wrong generation. And I want to thank our next Speaker of the House, Hakeem Jeffries, and the incredible Senator Cory Booker, for putting this together and for showing that they are fighting for our future. Thank you.
Santiago, give it up once more for Santiago. And this great generation of young people who represented here and have been with us all throughout. Senator?
Okay. I want to, again, thank Hakeem, now heap him with praise. This has been my friend and my brother for many, many years, going back to when we were both coming up in politics. His leadership, his character, his conviction, and his understanding that this is a moral moment is why we're sitting here and have been for now over 12 hours. Hakeem Jeffries knows that this is one of those moments where we have to step up more as leaders in Congress. But one of the most important things we can do is work to get more people understanding the role that they play. Real leadership doesn't say follow me. Real leadership inspires people to understand that they are the leaders that we need. All of us have a responsibility to lead. So before I hand the mic over to him, I just want to tell one last story, Hakeem. And it's a story that I've told you before. But during Hurricane Sandy, when it hit our cities, in our metropolitan area, I was mayor of the city of Newark and got into a command vehicle in the last moments before the storm hit to do one more sweep of my city. I was happy that there weren't many people out. Occasionally I saw a car, but most people were going to lock down for the storm that was to come. But as I'm driving along a stretch, I get a call that begins with that question I joked about before. I get a call that says, hello, it's the White House operator. Will you hold for the President of the United States? Like, who says no? And I want you all to know I miss Obama. I miss Obama. I miss Obama. I miss Obama, and I miss her husband too. I miss her husband, but Michelle. So this was my second favorite Obama on the phone. It was President Barack Obama, and he was in the Oval Office, and it was a beautiful call. He was calling to check in on the city and me, and to pledge to me that the disaster relief would come quickly. It was an amazing, comforting call. Maybe it lasted 5 to 7 minutes, and then I hung up the phone, and almost as if it was planned, but it wasn't, my phone rings again, and I answer the phone. It's my governor, Chris Christie. Now, he's a Republican, I'm a Democrat, but in a moral moment, when a crisis is coming, it should shear away the partisanship, and you should be there to serve people. And he was calling me to check in, to go over our compared plans, to talk about what we had to do, also to comfort each other in a time of trial and crisis. Again, another 5 to 7 minute call, beautiful. But when I hung up the phone with him, we were now going along a straightaway up a hill, and I see at the top of the hill a light through the wind and the rain and the storm that was blowing our big SUV like it was a golf cart. I see a light swinging back and forth, and as I got closer, I saw that that light was being held by a man who was standing in front of a bunch of trees that came falling down, and the telephone poles as well. It was a mess of wire and wood. And I got closer to this man. We would have stopped anyway to get emergency crews to note this disaster at the top of this hill, but he was waving that light, and we slowed down to him, and he was right in front of my window, and I rolled it down, and I see it's an elderly man. And then I yell at him a question. I said, why are you out here? And he looks at me like I asked him the stupidest question in America. He points over at the shattered wood and twisted wires and says to me, Mayor, it is so dangerous out here. I'm standing out here to make sure no one comes along and gets hurt. I had just talked to the President of the United States of America. I talked to the governor of my state. I was the mayor of the largest city in the state. But I will never forget, in the worst storm to hit my city, my state, in a century, that the greatness I best saw exhibited was not in a man with a title and a position, but it was in the man that stood at the top of that hill in a savage storm, in dark of night, to hold up a light so that other people wouldn't get hurt. We said faith. Our faith says no greater love has a man than this, than to sacrifice and to give his life for others. We are in a moral moment. Yes, we are. And what we need now is not just 4 Congress people and 4 senators, but to get there, we need more people that are willing to stand in this moral storm. Yes. Will you stand up and hold up your light? Yes. Will you stand up and demand justice? Will you stand up and call to the conscience of your countrywomen and your countrymen? Will you stand up and say, not on my watch will they tear down Medicaid? Will you stand up and say, not on my watch will they hurt our children? Will you stand up? Because if you stand, if you rise up, if you speak up, I know that we can stop this bill. That we can stop this bill. And we can ensure that we truly deliver for Americans liberty and justice for all. Ladies and gentlemen, the final speaker of the day, the final speaker of the day, the future leader of this institution behind me. I give you my friend, I give you my brother, I give you my spiritual warrior and fellow leader, I give you Hakeem Jeffries.
So thankful for my good friend, the great Cory Booker. This is a birthday he will never forget. But a day that we will never forget. I'm so thankful for Cory, for his friendship, for his leadership, for his partnership. Cory is a principled leader. He's a profound leader. He's a powerful leader. He's exactly the type of leader that we need for such a time as this. And we're so thankful for you. You came out here earlier today. We just sat here around 6 a.m., just the two of us. More than 12 hours later, we're appreciative that hundreds of people have joined us throughout the day. Thankful for your spirit. Thankful for your presence. Thankful for your commitment to our country.
Thank you, Congressman.
And to the millions of people who have watched throughout this day, committed to the notion that we can do better here in the United States of America. And we're partners with you in that regard. House Democrats and Senate Democrats, and we'll again make it clear that there will not be, as we head into this budget showdown over the next few weeks, there will not be a single House Democrat or a single Senate Democrat who votes to take away the health care of the American people. Not one. Not one. And so what that means, as we close, what that means is that we only need 4 Republicans in the House or 4 Republicans in the Senate to stand up on behalf of the people that they represent.
Stand up.
To protect health care and Social Security and nutritional assistance and child care and veterans and the American people. You know, James Madison made the observation during the founding of this republic where we created a system of checks and balances. There is no king in America. There is no monarch. There is no dictator. We work for the American people. And James Madison said that Congress at its best should be a rival to the executive branch. This is a rivalry moment for the United States Congress. Not a bend the knee moment. It's a rivalry moment for the United States Congress. We need our colleagues to step forward. Let me recognize Yasmin Ansari, who's joined us, new member of Congress from the great state of Arizona. Thank you, Yasmin, for being with us. Again, so appreciative of, and Greg Landsman is back with, Greg Landsman from the great state of Ohio. Thank you, Greg. We've been on the road together for the last 5 or 6 weeks. I love this brother, Cory Booker, so appreciative of him. When we look back at having gotten through this moment, I'm convinced that one of the turning points, one of the most compelling turning points will be when Cory Booker rose on the floor of the United States Senate, spoke truth to power, and took down Sean Thurman's record. For righteous reason. So I'll end by leaning back into what Cory and I talked about when we said just 2 brothers, 2 friends, 2 colleagues having a conversation with the American people, having a conversation with each other, but leaning into the faith tradition, leaning into our civil rights tradition. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., 26 years old, when the Montgomery bus boycott started in December of 1955. Against all odds, and the powers that be, the status quo, they did all that they could to push back. I think we're being joined by a tremendous member, Congressman Jamie Raskin, a champion of the United States Constitution. So thankful for Congressman Jamie Raskin. Dr. King, when they were confronting this oppressive Jim Crow machine, and they were arrested and they were targeted, they were prosecuted, early days of the civil rights movement, Dr. King came to Brooklyn, spoke at the Concord Baptist Church in late March of 1956. And he said, and my pastor, subsequently my pastor Sandy Ray, he called Uncle Sandy was there, and Gardner C. Taylor legends were there. People gathered just like this were there. And Dr. King said, I know that the situation may seem difficult, but we've got to press on. Amen. And keep pressing. Amen. And Dr. King said, if you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But at all times, press on and keep pressing. So as we enter this next phase, I just want to say to all of you, we've got to press on for our children. Press on for our seniors. Press on for our dreamers. Press on for our veterans. Press on for Medicare. Press on for Social Security. Press on for Medicaid. Press on for working families. Press on for the middle class. Press on for the poor. Press on for the sick. Press on for the afflicted. Press on for the least. Press on for the lost. Press on for the left behind. Press on for social justice. Press on for racial justice. Press on for economic justice. Press on for freedom. Press on for democracy. Press on until victory is won. God bless you.
We now have Patina sing us out. Go ahead.
Good evening. Press on, just a little while longer. Press on, just a little while longer. Press on, just a little while longer. I know justice is coming soon. Come on, let's go. So press on, just a little while longer. Press on, just a little while longer. Oh, press on, just a little while longer. And I know justice is coming soon. Oh, pray on a little while longer. Oh, pray on just a little while longer. Pray on just a little while longer. I know justice. I said I know justice. We said we know justice. Come on, say say we know. We know justice. We know it's coming soon. We know justice is coming soon. Come on, if you believe that.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our staff. Put this on. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.